Afternoon. Hello, hello, hello. Who's here? At least one person. All right. If you're here, then say hi. And if you don't want to say hi, then don't. Let's have a look at this. It's Monday, 4:04 p.m. UK time. Pretty interesting price action. Give me a second. Let me just set myself up. Make sure it's all good. And let me just update this window. I'm trying to get my Discord. There you go. So yesterday I did a stream, kind of giving a little bit of commentary in my Discord. The link is below. If you're watching me for the first time, then you're welcome to join. Not financial advice, just giving opinions. So yesterday I did the stream. The stream I basically saying this is shit. Basically I said crypto is shit. Everything looks weak. This morning I was looking at it. It was still holding 93,500. That's bullish. I was wondering if London would reverse. Ready for New York. Are you ready for New York to take it down? Absolutely not. London wanted it to take down. There was no bullish CVD. I was looking at it. Not at all. No interest. Just had the first liquidation bubble. Didn't take the range lows. I thought this could be the local bottom because it would kind of, there was a little bit of confluence on some fib extensions. It was for about an hour, but it still looked weak. And then it dropped even further with 300 from the range low. I didn't really want to take it at this moment, just because I didn't want to take it in the London session. I wanted to take it in the New York session. That was really important because you need volume, and the volume is always going to come from the New York session. Forget the other sessions. The only session that really matters is the New York session. So it took the range low, but no big liquidation event, no bullish CVD. We need to take the range low on Binance. So I looked at the different charts. I saw that on Binance. Here it is. We'd taken the range low on Bybit, not on Binance. So I made a comment that we still need to take it. And then I was making a comment about ETH, that there was some kind of extensions here. The 618 was at 3K, and then there was something lower all the way down at 2.8. I mentioned this bearish gartley. I have to have a look at that. I'm not sure if it's hit because the time pivot is Thursday, so you've got to be aware of that. And then I wrote, if we go from here, I still expect to come down to take the Binance range low. The markets won't leave it untaken now that it's been taken on the other exchanges. So basically, if you take a low or a high on one exchange and not on the others, the market will still go back, revisit to take those levels. Yeah, it doesn't leave highs and lows untaken if it's already been taken on certain exchanges. Yeah, so it will come back, and that's what I thought. No massive liquidation. That's what I was really looking for. Local bearish CVD 4ing on the first kind of rise. And then what happened? Bam! Crash. Nice reaction at 89k. This needs to be impulsive. Let's watch and see. So this is the watch and see moment. Okay, we're in the watch and see moment to see what this is, see what's going on here. That is what you want to see. Range low taken. You see here on Bybit, inverse perpetuals, it was taken twice. The first one was a poor low, and then it went down, and it made quite a strong low. In this context, it's quite a bullish reaction. You could say that's your first wave. You could say that's your first wave. If this is the beginning of the move, that's your first wave. That's your first reaction. off your low pivot. If the price goes down and takes the low, you've invalidated that move. You've also put in a low, extremely bearish. This is not going to just go up, it's looking for lower. If that happens, you're looking for lower. Yeah, so just be aware of that. If that happens, you're looking for lower. It's not bullish. It's not bullish now that we've taken the range low with a bullish reaction, with a swing failure. That's a swing failure. It's not bullish to come down and take it again. If we do come down and take it again, you might get a reaction, but it'll be a weak reaction, and then you're probably looking for lower. And who knows how low it's going to go or want to go. You're probably looking for a failed auction then, not a swing failure. The fact that it happened in the New York session is perfect, because the chances of it going down to take the low are significantly lower because it's happened in the New York session. If it happened in the London session, there'd be a much higher probability of going back down. Because it's happened in the New York session, you've got a good amount of volume. We've got a good higher probability that this is the low. This is the low of the day, and maybe even the low of the range. That's the high. We've got a high probability there. Okay, it's not 100%. Nothing's 100%, but we've got a good chance now. What we want to see now is a reversal, like a proper reversal, because it's been bearish for such a long time now. It's been bearish since we put in a high on the 7th of January. And to be honest with you, it's been bearish since we put in an all-time high at the 17th December. You know, we had this bearish move and then this bearish continuation. And because it's been bearish for such a long time, and people have been longing and getting fucking liquidated every single time. Oh, long liquidated. Long liquidated. Long liquidated. Long liquid. You know, like, it's like so painful for people. They're like, God, every time I long, I get liquidated. Every time I long, I get invalidated. Every time I long, I have to sell at a loss or sell at break even, or I don't make any money. So generally speaking, people get a little bit depressed. So when it finally comes to them, the final moment of glory, where they could make a shit ton of money, they don't long. They don't long. That happens a lot, huh? Happens a lot with people. The moment where they should long, they don't long, and every other time where they shouldn't long, they long. And you might have people on the sidelines thinking, "Oh man, look, this is really bearish." They don't really understand how the markets work. They're not counting waves, etc. They're not nothing. They have no idea really, and they're still hoping for lower. And maybe they'll get it, or maybe it's like maybe yes, maybe no. What you're looking at here now is a rounding top. We've come down into the neckline and we've had a reaction. Okay, so is that bullish or bearish? Well, it depends actually. The reaction is bullish, but what we need now is a strong close, a strong daily close. Whatever happens, we're probably going to close lower than yesterday's low. A really strong close would be to actually close above yesterday's low. That would be the strongest close you can get in this context. Actually, the strongest close you could get is above yesterday's high, a nice green hammer, a green candle with a massive buying tail. But short of a green candle, the next strongest candle you can get in this context would be above yesterday's low, and then short of that, which isn't likely, then realistically speaking, I think all we need today, yeah, is a close. Where would we need a close? I would say somewhere around 92k. I mean, sometimes I like to think this low here, but the problem with closing too close to this low is that you've got quite a long body and a shorter wick. I wouldn't mind if we have a slightly longer wick, or actually at least a 50-50 wick, 50 wick, 50 body, yeah. And that's why I say a little bit higher. So you have a bullish reaction and it's possibly above this kind of weekly level here. You have a weekly level here, a daily level, sorry, you have a daily level here from the past. I don't know, I wouldn't mind if we just close above that daily level, to be honest. A daily close above that daily level would, for me, would look good, would look better than closing underneath it. So the close today is going to be really important. How we close today is going to be really important. People have longed, will they take profit at the end of the day, or will they hold on for higher? Okay, and that's the question. The question is, if you've longed, if people are in longs, do they hold for higher because they believe now the price is going up? Are people looking at this and starting to long? Are people starting to accumulate because they see that the low's been taken? You're trading above the lows. That's kind of what you want to see. What you don't want is, you don't want to take the low and capitulate. So that's why people wait for the reaction, because they're not looking for a capitulation event at the lows. They're looking for a reaction. That's a reaction. That's a swing failure of the lows. Okay, and now what we want to see is bullish accumulation, continuation, a bullish correction. So potentially that's your first wave. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we got a little kind of mini correction, yeah. And what we need to see is a bullish next wave. Actually, we need to see another wave, accumulation and another wave. We need to see that. If we don't see that, or if this now starts to fall depressingly like that, then this is just shit. Okay, then you'll get a lot of people who are in positions where they'll just close out. People who are holding will start seeing the price action. They'll start getting depressed again, and they'll start closing out their positions, and then you'll start getting some market sells. Now, the momentum in the short to medium time frame is down, and so that's why you do get this kind of reactive move. It doesn't just go straight up. If the momentum was flat and you had this kind of price action, you might go straight up, but because you have a little bit of a down move, down momentum here, which is following through, that probably needs to be flattened. So it's going to take a little bit of time. Let me find it. Yeah, look at that EMA, whatever that is, 21, I guess. 20, what is that? 21. See that? It's already kind of, you've already hit it for a reaction. Which one's this one? It's the SMA 50. Which one's that one? Probably 200. Okay, so that's kind of where we're at with Bitcoin. Yesterday I said it was pretty bearish. I had this kind of corrective idea. Again, it's all best guess. I kind of, in my yesterday stream, I did think probably we'll that was probably where we'll get to 95 and then go down. And or CoinDreamy actually took the short. I didn't do it. I'm not really good at shorting, to be honest with you. I'm better at just taking profit and longing. But anyway, that played out. Huh? Now we're in a down. Now this is the question. This question: has the move ended? Yeah, because I'm aiming for Wednesday, and here we are Monday, taking the range low. I obviously would have preferred for us to skip the range low, traverse up for to hit on Wednesday, and then you're kind of ending up with ba ba ba, and that's okay, and I'm okay with that. But we're not given that. We're not given this kind of price action. So that's why I was, at the very least, we took the range low in New York session. That's really important, at the very least, because if we didn't take a New York session, I'd be very skeptical of the price action. And let's have a look at this last corrective move here. I've kind of mapped it out. Could that be the last WXY or ABC or whatever you want to call it? But let me just call it WXY to match WXY. I don't know. It doesn't really work for me, but it could, you know, like that one there. Is that it? It's a bit weird, huh? It's a bit weird. Pretty long, and then so I think the next big test here will be the 1 2 3 4 5. The 4 5 is really, that's when we're going to know. Okay. Could that just like, because ABC, could this be ABC? What coin dreaming? Hi. Nice short, huh? Well done. ABC. I mean, could that be an ABC here? Another ABC. Like that. I don't know. I don't think so either. It's just happened so fast and sudden. I'm not sure about this last bit, to be honest with you. I like to think that correction is over and that was it, all the way down to there. And this is just your last bit. I like to think that, because it happened in New York session, because we had a big reaction, really bullish reaction, big volume. I like to think that this is the bottom. The only way to know if this is the bottom is potentially with a daily close today. I'd like to see the daily close above, somewhere above 92k. Yeah. I think that would be really bullish, and that would be a daily confirmation of what we're experiencing, which is a swing failure of the range low with a strong close. Okay. I think it kind of has to be above this kind of daily level here, somewhere around there. It's very hard to pinpoint, but I mean, if it was above this candle low, it'd be clearer. So the higher the clearer it is. If it was above that daily level, be even, you know, like the higher the better. Actually, the higher we close, the better. The clearer it's going to be for everyone if they see this. And best case scenario would be close above that previous day low. I mean, the most amazing close, the most bullish close in this context would be a green candle. Yeah. So we just have to wait for the daily close to see how this candle closes. We've only just taken the low, so obviously it's still looking a little bit shaky. We've had a nice 2-hour close higher than the previous 2-hour candle. So we're getting the right candles. The hour candle closed higher, and this one actually is a little bit of a, it's stalling a little bit, and now we're getting a little bit of a pullback, which is normal. A little ABC. If that was the first move, 1 2 3 4 5, 1 2 3 4 5. So it's kind of like an ABC move. Have we lost the VWAP already? Yes. And are we seeing bullish divergence? Bullish divergence is really important. No. We saw a little bit here, but not much. To be fair, we're not seeing bearish divergence anymore. But we're not seeing bullish divergence. And late longs will get liquidated, I guess. So we've had the liquidations in the lows. We've had the liquidation in the local high. Now we're getting the pullback. This is really important now. What's really important is where the price is able to find support, if it wants to find support. Otherwise, we're going down further. If we take the low again, honestly, it's going to look bad. You can't just keep on swing failure the range low and hope it's the low, then we're just going to have to wait for a big sign of strength, and that wasn't it. Okay, and so the jury is out. I like to think that was it. I like to think that. Look at the volume. 75 million volume in that candle. 75 million at the lows. 37 on either side. 37 that side. 30 million volume on the other side. You've got pretty good volume out of here. 23, 29, 14. Pretty good volume here. So I like to think, do you expect a 50% wick fill? Yeah, I mean, it's possible. Yeah? It's always possible to get a 50% wick fill. Don't expect anything, to be honest with you, unless I see something that gives me a bearish or bullish signal. That's a bullish reaction. So whatever happens, I am expecting an ABC if that is not, if this isn't the bullish move. Yeah, whatever happens, if that's your, like, you know, I'm expecting at the very least something like that. If it wants to fail, like even if it did that, I'd be okay with that, because again, that's a bullish gartley which is forming, but it's not doing that right now. It's just coming right down. Is it coming back to the range low for a test? Golden pocket for the next move, for the next impulsive move. I think you'd like to see an ABC to get down to there for a little zigzag. But anyone who's looking at this, they're not going to chase it. They're going to wait for it to pull back, right? They're going to wait for a correction. Yeah, you're not going to just kind of start buying at the end of the first impulsive wave. You're going to wait for a correction to end. You're going to start scaling in to the correction or waiting for it to find support. Are you? So we just have to wait to see where it finds support, and to see if this is a good move or not. I like to think yes. It's hard to be bullish when it's been so bearish for so long. Even this correction was really bearish ever since we dropped there. This was nicely bullish, up. Well, kind of had 5 waves there, then came down and took the lows, a little bit of a false start, and then it's been this whole corrective move the whole weekend, basically all the way from last week when it dropped initially on Tuesday. 6 days it's been ridiculously bearish, hard to long, difficult to long, not much money to be made. The only kind of big money that was possible was when we called the low here, got a reaction, and then look, it was just really hard to make money on longs. Ultimately, it was a mini bear market here because the price just wanted to go down. This is the first big reaction we've had with volume. The momentum is still to the downside. That has to be turned. That's what corrections are. They flatten momentum, and then you can get another impulse if the momentum is kind of diminished from the market. So 50% wick fill. I mean, look, we have to see how the daily closes. For all intents purposes, this is what we were looking for. You know, we posted this on Discord last week, to be honest with you. I've got it here. I posted this on last week. I've got it here, 89k long. Yeah, I posted 2 longs last week, 92.5 and 89k. Yeah, I did the analysis in the previous stream for everyone, so everyone was prepared for the reaction and for the long. Both of them actually played out, didn't they? The 92.5 was here, wasn't it? Somewhere here. I don't know where it was actually. It was somewhere here. I don't remember what it was. Somewhere here. And then obviously that was not enough. It went up enough, but for a long, but it wasn't the bottom. And then I posted this in Discord. I haven't changed it. I've left it there. It was the right place, wasn't it? That was what you were looking for. And that's your long. You know, traders will take profit and they're in the long. They cover their trades. They go heavy. They take profit with the first impulsive move. That's what traders do. they enter, the swing failure. Basically, a swing failure is very easy. The swing failures are actually the easiest trades when you're prepared for them, because as the price goes underneath the range low and comes back up, has to come back up. You take the long there, you mark it in there. You have an invalidation there, and that's where you take profit. You know, so it moves 2.5%, 2%. That's your take profit, and then you're in a long. Most traders leave the stop loss at the low. They don't. Most traders don't touch the stop loss. They just take enough profit so that if they get stopped out, they still make money. Yeah. So most traders will take enough profit so that whatever the stop loss is there will still make the money if they get stopped out. Most traders are like that. You know, the good ones. Okay. So they protect their trade. Some traders like to set it at break even. The problem with setting it at break even is right now the price could easily come back to the golden pocket. And if you entered market long here and you set your stop to break even, you could get stopped out and the price could go up. That's the problem with setting to break even. So most the professionals will take profit, enough profit to cover the loss if they get stopped out as a win, and then they could just leave the stop loss where it was. So they don't care if they get stopped out at a loss here because they've already taken enough profit to cover the loss here. Okay, so it ends up, whatever happens, it's a winning trade, and they don't really care about what happens next. That's what they do. Most traders are like that. But because we're in a swing long, potentially this is a swing long idea that could get invalidated if we take out the low. A lot of traders will also risk it and not take profit because they're looking for higher, because this is the moment where if this holds, you could make a shit ton of money. Yeah? Like literally, if this is the low, if the low is in, that's the low. It's possible to make a lot of money here because the next stop is 98 probably. And then probably right up to the top, you know. So because it's a swing long, and then if you go up to all-time high, you could actually flip it into support and keep on going. And so if this is the low, it's a swing low, or a swing for a swing long. A lot of traders will actually not take profit or take very small profit and risk money to try and catch that because of the amount of money they could make. Because you take profit, you're obviously diminishing your return if it does decide to go up. So these kind of opportunities don't happen so often, and so when they do, some people will take a little bit of a chance, a little bit of a gamble. And the context of the bull market, this is very important. Obviously, you don't do this on every trade, but the context of us going up again and Trump and all that kind of stuff happening next week, it gives people a little bit of confidence to try to hold and not to take too much profit as the price goes up, or take profit and then try and compound it back. So 50% wick fills are always on the cards, yeah, always. But I think if we get a strong close, it's likely we just go up. You just maybe you'll get some market buying at the daily close, and you'll just go straight up. I think that's more likely than not. Depending on the close, you'll get a wick fill if we get a little bit of a poorer close, a weaker close, maybe a lower close, and then maybe the wick will fill, and then you have to get a higher low here. Then you have to kind of get out of here like that. If the low is in, it's going to take a few more days of shenanigans in these lows. Still bearish, still looks bearish. And you have to see bullish CVD, you have to see higher lows in that circumstance. if you get a nice strong close here, then you might just get a nice buy up there, taking it right to the top. And because the market is bullish, the market is buying right now. The market is looking, I think a lot of people are looking at this and going, I'm just gonna start buying. Yeah. Start buying. I like that. I like the reaction. At least you have an invalidation, and so you could risk, like on Bitcoin right now, if you buy 1 Bitcoin's worth now, you're only risking $2,500. Yeah, just buying 1 Bitcoin here, because your invalidation's up there, was just slightly low, maybe $3,000. You're only risking $3,000, and if the price goes from the current price 91 or 92 to 108, you could make 8 plus 8, 16,000. If you know you're risking like $3,000, you can make 60. So it's a good risk to reward on this kind of trade if the low is in with this kind of invalidation. So a lot of people are looking at that. They like the reaction, and therefore they might be willing to take the trade after it corrects. And the way to tell is if we see some bullish CVD, because that's how we can tell. I think we're getting a little bit bullish CVD. It's hard to, you can't tell right now that it's bullish, but you can see that the CVD is actually starting to drop more than the price. Yeah, you can see that, can't you? You can see the price is going a little bit flat, and the CVD is actually kind of trending down. So there's a little bit of a slight bullish absorption happening here, slight. We're still underneath the VWAP. I wouldn't mind getting back above the VWAP, because then you could get some more longs enter. And we're not out of the woods by any means. Okay, crypto is crazy. Crypto can make people bullish and then send it to hell, and it can make people bearish and it sends it to the moon. Yeah, and right now I think we have to see what happens next. I think confidently it's a hard one, but I think that a lot of people are actually waiting for the price to get above 95 or 96k. Then they're going to start longing, and they're okay with that because they're still aiming for all-time highs and the moon. That's when you're going to get the big volume start coming in, once this structure changes in a way that makes you starts putting in higher highs and higher lows, and you get out of here, out of these lows. So that's where kind of most people, most retail or whatever, most market accumulators are. But traders, no, traders like to catch the edges, take their profit and then hold positions right at the edges, whether it's to cover shorts or whether it's to take new long positions. That's what traders like to do. Right? I think this is good so far. I like what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a slight amount of bullish CVD starting to form. So yeah, let's see if that can get to the low, the previous CVD low, then that would be really nice. So if we can get, if this can come all the way down to the low there, price can hold a higher low there, that would be like, I think I'll be longing more. I'll be longing. If I start seeing some bullish CVD form, gives me confidence to long more, that I know that the price is being absorbed by bigger entities. Anyone closing is getting absorbed. In the same way that we were seeing bearish CVD, it gives you the confidence to short. Like earlier on, we were seeing bearish CVD. I posted it on Discord here, bit of bearish CVD, and look what happened. The price dropped from 92k all the way down to 89k just by a little bit of bearish CVD. So you start seeing bullish CVD after this bullish reaction, potentially after the first wave move, then actually that could be a sign for longing. That's kind of where I'm at. Let me just kind of update some things. Actually, let me just go back to the order flow. Let me just have a look at that one. Yeah, so we got a really nice buying tail here. You can see the volume here is at 90, 1,700. That's where the most of the volume is in the New York session, although the point of control according to this is much higher. I don't know why. The session point of control is at 91,140. For some reason the volume is lower here, but the point of control is there. I don't understand that. So you've got really nice buying tail here. We've cleared those single prints, had a little reaction, got a very slight single print here. If the price can get back above the VWAP, then we can probably head up. This is really important. Getting back above the VWAP. Right now, getting back above the VWAP is getting above the session value area high. So that would be, it require a little bit of strength to do that. At the moment, you can see it's still corrective. So we're certainly not out of the woods yet. All right. Look, weekly point of control. We're at the weekly point of control. We've come underneath the weekly point of control. We're back above the weekly, the new week, huh? New week. So we're above the weekly point of control. That's a good start, huh? To be above the weekly point of control, the new week, and to find, so there's enough volume has been put down to create a point of control, and here we're above it at the moment. So that's not bad. You can see here on the volume candles that we have got kind of slight bullish CVD. It made a lower low, but you can see how the CVD's gone much lower, even though that if there's a lower low on the volume candles, CVD has dropped. So there's a little bit of bullish CVD here. Let me just have a look at last week's naked point of control. So we have a new naked point of control. No, we don't. That was so much higher up. That was already tapped. Let's have a look at the dailies. 98, yeah, we already knew that. There's a point of naked point of control at 98. So I was looking at ETH as well. I don't really need to do anything more on this, sir. It's pretty obvious what's happening. I'm giving kind of like daily commentary on the price action. I don't have to keep on drawing the volume. Maybe I should, because we have put in a bit of volume today. Hold on a second, got a phone call. 1 second. Sorry, I just had a phone call. So yeah, let me just update the volume here quickly. Just who knows, like until you check it, just no idea if there's any changes. And I'm gonna have to clean up my charts because I've got a lot of shit. Just hide that. Keep that. Hide that. Oh wow, see that? There's a little change. The range value area low is a bit lower. Oh, Look at that. It moved, and now we're above it. We're back in. We lost it, but it moved as the price came down, and we're back into it. And so did the value area high. The rest is the same, pretty much. Let's have a look at this. So that's not bad. The range value area low has moved, and we're kind of back into the value. So I think the first sign of weakness here, potentially, from this kind of sign of strength, would be actually to start losing the range value area low. And we came into the Trump pump value area low. So there's a couple of value area lows here, kind of not next to each other. We start seeing weakness like that, then this is going down. Yeah, and then you wouldn't really long it until we just really bottomed out. You'd have to be really patient. You wouldn't assume that this is just going to go down and do that. It could, but you wouldn't assume it. It would be a low probability, because this is your sign of strength. No, let's not have any weakness now. If this is the move, then we want to see go from strength to strength to strength to strength. No more weakness. Yeah, if this is the move. If it's not, you'll see weakness, and then it's not the move. And therefore, if you can't get strength after this sign of strength, if you have weakness after strength, this isn't the move. And because it was quite a strong reaction and it wasn't the move, then actually you're looking for much lower, okay? And then you wouldn't really want to get involved. You'd have to wait. We'd have to be patient. All right, so just bear that in mind. Yeah, so this is actually quite strong, this reaction, you know, New York session range low, and so therefore we don't want to see any more weakness. We just want to see continued strength. Now at the very least, we want to see us go all the way up to the point of control here, 98k. I think really that's our target, 98k. Let's go up there. Yeah, that's what you want to see. Then we can get whatever here. Could even come back and test this neckline, ABC correction, and then let's go all the way up to all-time highs. Now there's always a possibility of putting in a lower high. That would be your ABC. That would be it. That would be an ABC type move for lower. It's always possible where this wasn't the actual move. You get an ABC, and then you get your final drop, maybe for a higher low here for the actual move. So this could be, it could feel quite impulsive, but instead of doing 5 waves, you end up doing just an ABC corrective to reject. I'm not feeling that, to be honest with you. I'm not feeling that's what we're getting, just because we came in earlier. I think probably this is it. Probably, if this is going to be it, this is it. I thought it would come in later on in the week, but now I'm thinking maybe this is it, you know. And I like it because it happened in New York session. I like the way it happened, actually. Very different to the other day when I was saying I don't really want to take the range low on Friday. Now taking on the Monday is good. Altcoin Dreaming has just said, I've just shared my current scalping plan in Discord. So definitely check that out. Who's it from? Go to, here it is. I'm currently waiting for CVD absorption. CVD takes highs or lows while price remains in the range. After that, I'll be looking to take a trade on cluster confirmation. See explanation of cluster confirmation here. If I don't see CVD absorption and cluster confirmation, I simply won't take the trade. Oh, so you're actually looking for it to go all the way down to fill that gap, huh? And then you're looking for the CVD to go much lower for a higher low. That would be perfect. That would be a perfect setup. I like this one. I don't like this one. I prefer this CVD absorption where the CVD goes lower. I don't like this one at all. I never take this one, which basically is just lack of participants. It just means that there aren't many longs. It oversells, but there isn't much interest. I'm not crazy about us going down that far, to be honest with you. I think that's not what I want to see. I could be wrong. I think I want us to just have a really nice. I mean, we might get it. You might get your dream, your wish. 1, 2, 3. How does this go? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. ABC, 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 and up. I think that for me, this is potentially better than just going 1, 2, 3, 4 like this. I prefer if we go a bit higher, but I might not get my wish. I don't know, but I prefer that. I prefer this, and this. I want to see. All right, okay, yeah. So Allcoin Dream saying I don't want to. He's not saying it will look like that. He just wants to see it price to stay within the structure. Correct. You definitely want to see the price to stay within this structure here at the lows. You don't want the price to leave the new range low. So we have a brand new range low now. It's this pivot that's just been put in. We don't want to see the price leave the range low. That is an invalidation. If you see the price leave the range low, invalid. Every long is invalidated. Yeah, you have to start over, and then it's probably looking for low. So right now, we're already in oversold, and look where the price is. I can see that there's bullish absorption on the CCI. It's giving me that information already without even looking at the CVD. I can see on the lower time frame, we're getting a little bit of bullish absorption here, but this takes time to play out. It's not always instantaneous. So what I'm looking at on ETH is something interesting, and I just want to share it with you guys. ETH is looking a lot more bearish than Bitcoin, to be honest with you. Yeah. Is ETH out of the woods yet? It's hard to say. I don't know. I think we had a really bearish weekly close, which I said. Basically, I said last night, it's a really bearish weekly close lower, bearish engulfing. We've come all the way down now to take this week low. Is this the end? I mean, if it is for Bitcoin, then it should be for ETH too. It should be for the whole of the crypto market. So I was kind of looking at this whole structure, ABC, ABC, ABCs, and actually there is there's a harmonic here. I'm not exactly sure when this pivot should land. It's not precise at the moment, but there is a bullish gartley, again another gartley, impulsive move, ABC, 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 like that, in play. This is a really bullish harmonic in the context of the bull market. This is the right place for the price to find support, and so I'm quite interested in this harmonic. To see if it plays out. We're getting a nice reaction. The reaction here is from the lows here. See that? So we've cleared the lows. But I think what needs to happen now is Bitcoin needs to go up. If Bitcoin doesn't, this is just going to still look weak. Yeah. So this has got everything to do with Bitcoin. The next 4 hours are really important. I mean, it doesn't really matter where we close in the next 4 hours closing. It's only just closed actually, that 4 hour candle. So by 8 p.m. UK time, if you close red, the next hour candle can be green to go up, as long as you don't. So right now you see on ETH the wick's filling, yeah. So it's still got this kind of ugly down move. That's your impulsive move. This is your corrective move. It's still weaker. It's not strong. We have to impulse out of this now to get out. That's what we want to see. Usually I think ETH is strong when Bitcoin is bottoming, and I'm not seeing it right now. Let's just have a look at something else. And then I was looking at Slurf as well. Slurf almost came close. It came so close to invalidating the wave one. Came so close, but it didn't do it. Not yet. And it came within a whisker of invalidating. Did it invalidate? Maybe it did, huh? Potentially has invalidated, huh? Could that be could the wave on the side there? Don't know. Don't think so, but look. I thought initially it could have, and then I changed my mind. This has actually gone underneath the must hold low. But we've had a really nice reaction, huh? Don't know. That's a really strong reaction, huh? That's the biggest green candle we've had in a long time. Last time we had a reaction like that, we had good follow through. Last time we had a reaction like that here, it went up and it took the low one more time, and it kind of worked its way up. I'm not crazy about that, actually. And I'm certainly not crazy about the daily candle. I'm not 100%. I'm not 100% now. So we have a little bit of downward momentum, and this is the problem here. We need to follow through, otherwise this is not going to hold. So the momentum is a problem, and you just need the price to hold now. Let's have a look at the CVD. Some longs are closing there. Put in a lower low. Yeah, can't tell. Can't tell at all. But it's not going up. Yeah, this might take a little bit of time. It might go down again, huh? I mean, this looks, look, this looks bullish. It's 1 hour time frame. See that? So on a slightly higher time frame, the CVD is going lower. Look at that. 30-minute time frame, look. So this is bullish, CVD absorption. This is bullish, look, 15 minutes. We're back at the lows. Not on the 10-minute time frame. Right. We just have to wait and see and watch. We just have to watch and see what happens. Are there any single prints on the way up? No. And now we're coming into session point of control. So a little bit of divergence between the point of control here and the time, the TPO. So the TPO is slightly lower. So you see these bricks, these purple bricks. They're based. That's based on time, and then you see that these white kind of patterned candles, these hollow candles, they're based on volume. See that? So you can see that the time point of control is slightly lower than the volume point of control. Usually when that happens, the price goes back to the time point of control. Even there's a little bit of divergence in points of control here between time and volume, and so right now it's getting a little bit of a reaction from the volume point of control, but it may fall right back to the time point of control at 90.70. I think if you lose that, you've lost both points of control, the time and the volume, and then it's probably going to go right back to the buying tail. We just have to see what happens. What we're looking for is a bullish reaction to take this to higher prices. Literally, we need to see that. So if this is the wave 1, now we're in a wave 2 corrective, and eventually we're going to have to see an explosive move to take us to higher prices. Right, it's kind of where we're at right now. Yeah, just have to be patient and see what happens. A lot of altcoins, I'm just looking at a lot of altcoins on my phone, a lot of altcoins have had a bullish reaction. Some are more bullish than others, like ENA is more bullish than others. Maybe look at SUI. SUI is more bullish. ENA and SUI are the two most bullish ones that I've seen in my list. And CNA. And let's have a look at SUI. I mean, this is it. If this is the low, it's the low. If it's not, it's going down. It is what it is. We're just going to have to accept that and see what happens. All we can do is observe. The other thing I was looking at on the USD chart, which I posted, was a potentially a bearish gartley. This actually requires the price to go higher, huh? At the very least, it would have to go to the golden pocket here. That doesn't work. This D has to go above the B, and then it would be by Thursday. I'm not it's quite interesting because you think this is the inverse of Bitcoin, and if Bitcoin is bottoming out, then this should top out. This should be the top. It's coming into the 50 fib here. Maybe it is. Maybe that's all that's required. It's look, it's an overbought according to the CCI. There's some divergences forming, but if this plays out, then you're actually going much higher by Thursday. Yeah, that would require BTC to drop one more time for this to top out for a reaction off the golden pocket. Let me just try the regular chart, because this is not an exponential chart, is it? So maybe it's different. Yeah, no difference really. I prefer the log chart. So right now we're coming, I don't know if this is the top here, or if this is in play. It's just something to think about. What does this look like here? There is something else going on here. Yeah. I mean, in this context, if Bitcoin wants to go up, this has to go down, and you'll know because you'll lose the top of this value area point of control. They're in the same area. It'd be very easy to see, and then you'd be expecting this to plummet, wouldn't you? So until we see that, actually, we don't know. This is kind of what you want to see next. And if this really doesn't want to go up, and if Bitcoin doesn't want to go up, then this is going to go up, and then actually maybe that is the next destination. That gartley that I had drawn out for another, for it to come up there for a rejection. No, I'm not shorting. I'm not really that good at shorts. I prefer longs. I can short. It's a kind of different trading frame set with shorting. So we have to see what happens. Unfortunately, we just have to be patient. Right now we're seeing a little bit of weakness, huh? Just weakness after strength. It's still okay, huh? This is still okay. I think losing the golden pocket would be a no-no. Yeah, so that's kind of what you're looking for now. If you lose the golden pocket, then there's no recovery. I don't think there's a recovery if we lose the golden pocket. I think what you expect, the higher the better. I always say that. But what you expect in this context, at the very lowest, is a nice reaction off the golden. You just want to see a reaction off the golden pocket. Yeah, that's the best. That's the lowest that this can go, and for you to see what you want to see, which is strength. Yeah, because if traders see that this finds support in the golden pocket like that, they'll start longing. Yeah, they might just be waiting for lower, but when if they see a golden pocket and the reaction, and then they've got this value area low, etc., and it's just coming back in to the range low, then that would be where they would long. Yeah, they're not going to just long here. They're looking for a nice long entry with a tight invalidation. And so if you see a reaction off the golden pocket, they'll long and they'll have a tight invalidation. That's when you can see potentially the next impulsive move. Otherwise, we have to see how this correction plays out. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. I'm not sure, to be honest with you. 1, 2, 3, 4. you know, actually looking at this, it's like this. So. Yeah. It's like that. I think. Could be like that. Something like that, where it ends there. So 1 2 3 1 2 3. So you've got kind of something like this going on right now. Right. That's quite a bullish reaction there. Something like that. And by 5 p.m. according to this, if it, so this is actually quite good. This is fine. This is what we wanted to see. A little bit of we were like, what's going on? It's going down. We wanted to go up. We need something exciting, and we weren't getting it. And this is actually the first bit of good news. The price, instead of just going down, it's actually going up. Oh look, this is it. Look, someone just longed. Look at that, 3.9 million increase in OI. Perfect. Like, finally, that's what you want to see. You want to see some longing, huh? You want to see fucking the price just come down and down with no longs. You want to see longs coming in. And look, there's imbalances as well in the order flow. Look, 1.7, 1.21. So there's no limit, or there's no shorts trying to sell here. So this is good news. finally, fuck me. Something like that, maybe, I don't know. 1 2 3 4 5, ABC, possibly. And then let's see how that plays out. So trying to not go as too low, just off the range value area low, that would be nice. And then for a nice impulsive move for continuation. How is ETH faring with that? Did ETH react well off that? Not as good. So again, ETH is kind of similarly following Bitcoin. Ian Snow. Oh, you're gonna short? Look, I'm not here to give financial advice, but the problem with shorting now is you're shorting the range low, right? That's the problem. It would have been better to short yesterday, when it was looking bearish, you know, when we were getting some bearishness in this correction. And yesterday, when it went up to fill the gap, 95k, that was the shorting moment. There's no shorts here right now because we've just had a really strong bullish reaction. So bullish reaction, so there's no short. You don't short a bullish reaction. You have to wait for weakness to short. That's because you can short here, and where's your invalidation? That's the problem. Where's your invalidation? It's a difficult one because you don't have one. There's no invalidation here, right? But you can short weakness. Weakness, technically, I'm just talking technically, weakness would be to take this low. That's when you can short. You could short the swing failure of that low being taken, with an invalidation of the price finding strength and coming back above the range low. Because if it takes this low, you're not really expecting the price to come back above the range low, because that would be weakness. So then you can short weakness. Yeah, maybe you get a little swing failure, you can short that, and you'd have a much tighter invalidation, and then you know if you're wrong. You'd know if your short failed, because if the price went there and just went back up and then it started pumping, then your shorts failed. You'd see it very easily. Yeah, you'd know. Yeah, whereas if you short here, you wouldn't know if your short had failed. If the price goes, you'd be like, where is it? Where has it failed? Yeah, has your short failed if it does that? You know, if you're still, because the price could easily go up in 3 waves like that and still go down. So actually the place to short is kind of up here, or taking the low here, coming here, taking the low and then short. Those are 2 places you could potentially short. So you're shorting an up move on like a 1, 2, 3 wave, an ABC, assuming that this is another corrective ABC, or you'd short weakness here, and that's kind of the only place. Now you might not short all the way up there, you might just wait for the golden pocket, and that would be much lower. So it's basically coming into these lows here. You start to see the price struggle, then you can start shorting there, but you still have an invalidation up at the highs. It's all about the invalidation when it comes to trading, but especially shorts. So I just don't think it's a good place to short, because where's your invalidation? It's too far. You need to see the price go up, or you need to see the price go down. If you're aiming for 89, 86k, 85k, then you can short weakness as you take this low. You'll still get a good move to 84k. Yeah, but here it's too risky. Here you're looking for longs, actually, not shorts. Why are you looking for longs? Because we've just taken the lows of the range. We've taken the range lows. Okay, we've had a big liquidation event. You've had a big bullish reaction. Yeah, and we're at the lows. So this is the long play. This is the place actually to long, not to short. Long, and take the price, take it all the way up to potentially all-time high. This is the place to long, not to short. Yeah, and I'm in a long. My friends are in longs. I think Altcoin Dream is probably in a longs. A lot of people I know who are in longs, not in shorts. They're in shorts too, but they'd be in shorts from higher up, not from here. Yeah, so if you're going to scalp a short, that's fine. It's always possible to scalp shorts. It's always possible to scalp longs, but they're just scalps. So you're in and out of the market very quickly. You take your profit very quickly. But when you're talking about a slightly longer time, higher time frame short, just be careful. This is not the right place. This is a better place to look for longs. Okay, and we're looking at potentially a little bit of, well, look, I mean, CVD is really important, like divergences. We are getting a little bit of bearish CVD here, very slight, but at the lows we're also getting slight bullish CVD. So we're getting a little bit of bearish and bullish CVD here. I'm more inclined to think that we're going up than down, and I'd rather be in a long than in a short at this current situation. Yeah, if the price takes the current low, then I think that would be a good place to start shorting. Yeah, because then that would just be crazy weakness. Yeah, so you're just short, you're looking for weakness to short. If you take this low, that's weakness. You can start shorting them, just short, just scale into a short, or and just if the price suddenly finds strength, then you'll get stopped out. And then if it goes back down, then you're short again, but you're shorting weakness, you're not shorting strength. Right now this is strength, so you wouldn't short, you'd be looking for longs. And potentially there's a 5-wave impulsive move here. This could be a 3-wave corrective move here. This is what I'm contemplating. Yeah, a 5-wave impulsive, a 3-wave ABC, ABC, ABC corrective for another impulsive move to the upside, because this is the beginning of the move, the big move, the move that's going to take us to stupid prices. This is the beginning, potentially. Now, it always feels bearish when it happens, but that's why you have to have an invalidation. You have to be really patient when you're longing. Like, you could long here and the price is going down and think, fuck, it's going down, I just don't want to lose money, I better close my position. You're just going to have to risk your money, because at the moment I think it's looking okay, and I'd like to see the daily close. If we can get a nice strong daily close here, it might take 1 or 2 days to get out of here, but then it was just going to rocket. Do you know what I mean? It might take 1 or 2 days to get out of here. I'd like to see the first 5 waves and take us to these highs like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then there'll be another correction because of the momentum. ABC, maybe another ABC, and again it'll look bearish again after this first wave. And then you want to see another fucking wave 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever. Another correction, and then let's take us all the way up to all-time highs. That's kind of what I'm thinking about. So don't just look at it isn't just about looking at the lower time frame candles and trying to kind of gauge whether it's bearish or bullish, whether you should be going long or short. The context of this range is that and I know what you're talking about this head and shoulders pattern. Well, we've only just taken the range low. I think for this to be a valid head and shoulders pattern, I've talked about this before in my streams. That's the shoulder, whatever, head, some kind of shoulder there, something like this. It's a complicated one, isn't it? So like a complicated head and shoulders, yeah. But for this to be valid, a valid head and shoulders, we should have taken the range low here. And then this low here would be a change of market structure, a change of market structure to bearish. That would have been a correct head and shoulders pattern, because the last drop is a change of market structure. It's a confirmed change of market structure, which leads to a big sell-off, right? Because we haven't had that, we didn't take the range low. We've only just hit the range low now. So that's the first lower low. So there's no change yet. It's the initiation of the change. It's the first low. It's not an actual change of market structure just yet. Yeah. To change market structure in this context, you have to go up now and go back down to take this low for a change. So technically, that's not a head and shoulders pattern. What you're seeing here is not a head and shoulders pattern. It looks like it, but it's not. And that's where the market doesn't. That's why it's good to understand the technicals of what a head and shoulders pattern is. This is more, at the moment, it's more like a rounding top than a head and shoulders, okay? Which is also bearish, yeah, which is also bearish, okay? So I'd like to see what happens as this now, if this goes up like that off the point of control. Do you reject and go down one more time? And then if you do go one down, I wouldn't want to take the low, because that would be a change of market structure. So I don't want a change of market structure to bearish. If we reject like that, and it will look really bearish, a rounding top, 98k, then I'd want a corrective ABC to smash through, or a corrective ABC to fall through. But that's kind of where you're looking to short. You're looking to short where everyone is longing here, and they're looking to take profit at the end of this 5-wave move into somewhere around 98k. That's kind of where you'd short, and that's more interesting, because you've just had all these longs starting to take profit. You get a lot of late longs FOMOing in, and actually they get trapped, and they get trapped into resistance. And then when the price falls back, because you've got longs here taking profit, then those trapped longs start closing at market, and it pulls the price down. And that's actually a better place to short. If you see this, then everyone will be looking at this rounding top and getting bearish again. That's what people do. They'll start shorting, and then the test will be if this can actually probably come back to another golden pocket type situation, maybe all the way back down to where we are now for a higher low for the next impulsive wave to the upside. And what you'll get is, as the price comes down, people will start shorting the lows again, but actually they're shorting into support, and the price is actually now looking to turn to break out of these rounding top, and then squeeze the shorts, the late shorts, and then take us to much higher prices. Now, that is one way that this could play out, but there are many ways that it could play out. There's many ways that this could play out, but it's more of a rounding top. I'd say it's more of a rounding top than a head and shoulders pattern. All right, so just bear that. And the reason why is because there's no confirmed market structure change just yet, and when that happens, then you can really short. So if we get a red day, I mean, we need a green day. Actually, we've just taken the low. If you get a green day tomorrow in the future, and then a red day that takes us down, that's bearish. Fuck it. Fuck crypto. Sell. Fuck it. Crypto shit. Then you've changed market structure, and right at the beginning of the supposed final parabolic move into price discovery. How crazy is that? That would be really terrible to get to confirm a bearish market structure right when everything is meant to go bullish. I don't think there'll be a recovery from this, to be honest with you. I don't mind if tomorrow we go down and take the low. I do actually. I wouldn't like it, but at least you're not changing market structure. Like if we were to go down tomorrow and down again, you're still putting in you're not putting a change, you're just putting in a lower low. This all becomes a lower low because you haven't gone up to put in a lower high to come back down to put in another lower low to change the structure. So while I would rather this swing failure take us high, because it would just make our lives easy, make my life easy, and also I wouldn't get stopped out of my longs, so I can make some money. I wouldn't care if we started going down. It would look really bad, but the only way then to long would be for a reclaim of the range low. So if we start going down, the only way to long it would be to reclaim the range low, or just to scalp some arbitrary figure, 85, whatever. But the problem then is the minute you put in a lower low, like we have, and if you go too low, like to 85, then people like yourself will long, because they're like looking to long lower. And as soon as it gets back up here, guess what they're going to do? They're going to start taking profit, And then also people who haven't shorted will start shorting, and also people who are trapped with longs will start closing their longs, and then you can end up with a change of market structure like that. And then that would be, then you'll be looking to take this all the way down to 60, 68 or lower, probably all the way down to 65. Be really bearish. Yeah, so these are like contemplations of what bearishness is going to look like, but at the moment I'm not feeling that way. I'm feeling actually quite bullish because of the reaction. I like the reaction, I like the volume, I like the reaction, I like the bullish CVD that's formed. I'm okay with what I expected this to a degree. I planned this. We've been looking at this level. 89k is a really strong level. I've been looking at on my streams. Last week I looked at 89k in detail, and I posted, look, I'll show you. And if you're not in my Discord, you're welcome to join. It's free. It will always be free. Not financial advice. Never is. But I will post ideas. And this is it. Look, 7th of January. What's the date today? 13th of January. I've got 2 zones in mind. And I even posted the trade plan. Look, see that? And look at where we were when I posted that. We were at 97,200. Where were we? We were at 97,200. So I was looking, I was looking for the price to go all the way down. And then actually both of those trades were good trades. The 92.5 reacted and we had a bullish reaction. And then I was looking for that. No one knows exactly how it's going to play out, but it's all about finding areas where the price can find good support because of confluence based on fib extensions, volume levels, etc. And also time has got something to do with it as well. And so that was the trade plan. See that? That was posted in Discord a few days ago, 6 days ago. And so we are seeing a little bit of reaction now. Doesn't mean it can't go down. Honestly, like, there's nothing guaranteed. But at least we have an invalidation now. At least we know if it goes down there, fuck longs. Fuck it. Longs are shit. Crypto is shit. Go away. Go away for the summer, whatever. Crypto sucks. It's pointless. I think that's how I would feel if it did that. Not to say it won't happen. It could happen. Anything can happen. Defage, good evening and all, welcome. Oh, you're welcome. Thanks. Not financial advice. You're welcome to post your own ideas too. It's not a closed arena or space. You know, I've got no private channels. Altcoin Draining, he's a good guy. He's a professional trader, or sometimes he is. He's basically set this up. I haven't really set this up, and there's some useful stuff here that he's basically been posting. Useful images, useful good stuff. Yeah, lots of good stuff. Everything you could ever need. And obviously, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. It's all a point of view. Yeah, everything is just, it's not like I've posted stuff that have been wrong, right? So it's all a point of view. It's all it ever is. It's all an idea. They're all ideas, and you need your own trading strategy and trading plan and etc. to mitigate the risk. Yeah, you can't just say, oh, he's done this, it's going to be right. Absolutely not. Trust me, I lose a lot of trades, sometimes a lot, but you do it for so long it doesn't bother you because you know you can make the money back and more. It's just part of the game, but they're just all ideas, and that's all it is. It's just ideas. And then the other thing is that if you ever see someone with the name of Amir, I've actually blocked an Amir last week, not this Amir, and if you ever see anyone with my name, send you a message and I say, join my private strategy group, I'm going to make you rich. That's not me, because one, I'll never message anyone privately. I'll just chat here publicly. You can see I've got no private channels. I'll just chat here in general on crypto, both of them actually. It's just all me and altcoin dreaming or anyone else who wants to participate. And I've been hacked before by hackers, so they're probably watching my streams and they're trying to target me, and now they can't target me anymore, so they'll probably target you guys. So just be careful. That what they do is they change their image to look like mine, and then they change their name, and then they start messaging people, which is really annoying. So don't ever respond to me. If you if in doubt, just come into my live stream and just say hi, and then you can ask me here, and as you can see, I do respond. I read all my comments and I do respond. So I'm not. This looks okay at the moment. It looks quite good. Well, I mean, look, I mean, it's not financial advice, but I've given signals before. They're really good signals. So, look, this was one I did a few days ago. Here, look, both BTC and ETH closed higher. I did a live stream when we were doing this. Then the previous day low. I think we can go up now. That was on the at 1 minute past midnight on the 10th of January, and I longed that actually. It's quite a nice long, to be honest with you. That was this one here. Look, I posted it here just as it closed. The daily closed above this wick. And I said we can go up now. It just went up. It went up 3%. So I do sometimes post stuff, and I do long it, you know, and see what happens, you know. And fair enough, it came down to take the, but it was a good trade. It wasn't a bad trade. This one was a good trade too. This wasn't a bad trade either for anyone who took it. And you know, you could always, there's lots of opportunities to long, you know, because even if it's an ABC corrective move to the upside, we're in the first part of the correction, you know, so that's the point. I'm hoping for a 5-wave impulsive move. If we don't get 5 waves, then at the very least we're going to get an ABC corrective to the upside, yeah. So something like that. So I think on something like this, I probably will be looking for the price to go and take the highs, and then we have to see if there's a chance that we can get the last wave, the final 5, to create this 5-wave move, which is the initiation of the first Elliott wave, which is what we're looking for. Otherwise, you end up with this very impulsive ABC corrective move, and then actually the next move down there's another corrective ABC, and then that would be that's when you get your 5-wave impulsive move, yeah, which may not actually take out this pivot, yeah, but it would actually go all the way down and stop out basically everyone, because everyone would put their stops at break even thinking that this is going to go to the moon. We may end up with an ABC corrective just for the price to come back down, stop everyone out, liquidate before the actual move begins, because everyone's put their stops at break even, yeah. So if it went up to the point of control, came all the way back down to the value area low, yeah, I think most people would get stopped out, because now they think it's going to go to 0, and then you can get your next wave, yeah. You can get your first wave, because that wasn't your wave, that was your ABC corrective. And sometimes these impulsive moves, they're not ABCs actually, they look like ABCs, but they're they got a really shit 5, so you end up with, like, we have to see, sometimes you end up with 1 2 3 4 5 like that, and then you still get that kind of ABC type zigzag, comes all the way down. So that was your first impulsive wave, and you have this ABC. People don't see that, or they don't think that, they just think this is going to go down, because we're right back at 91 after we were at 98 or 7 or whatever. And I think though, in the context of if this is the low, in the context of the bull market, what I really want to see is this. Yeah, like I'm not saying it's going to happen because I have no idea. I'd like to see this go up, and I'd like to see a really nice flat correction here for up. I'd like to see that. Yeah, I'd like it to be really bullish, like extra bullish, because that's really what we're expecting. We're expecting and then I'd like to see if we can have a V-shaped recovery here, take this range high and find support off the top of the range high, and just have a nice corrective 2 here, really flat corrective 2, where altcoins are going to go crazy if that happens, which is great because we want altcoins to go crazy. And then we can have our next impulsive wave, which is the wave 3, and maybe we can actually smash the all-time high. Maybe we get a correction and maybe we can just go up and up and up, and that would be synonymous to somewhat what we experienced here. This was way back in January. It was January 24th, so about a year ago, where it took the range low. This was a failed auction. It wasn't a swing failure. Yeah, so it took 1, 2, 3 days to get out of here, and then you had the second move, and then this was the wave 1. Then you see you had this kind of V-shape. This was the V-shaped recovery, and then you had this kind of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days, like a whole week stuck here, and then it just went up, took the high, and then it just went up. I'd like to see if we can get this, if we're replicating this kind of behavior here, but it's going to take a little bit of time. So in the short to medium term, I think we're in a lot stronger position than where we are here, because this was a failed auction and it took the range low, but it fell underneath the range low and had to get back into the range first. Whereas what we're experiencing now is just quite simply a liquidation or a liquidity grab of the range low, a swing failure. And if we can just get up now, tomorrow, maybe bullish green day, if we can just consolidate there for a little bit, and then we can just, I think I'd like to see it really bullish, because that's what we want to see. We want to see now the whole market rally around Bitcoin to push it to crazy prices. And so it's really going to require extremely bullish price action now to accommodate that idea. And that's what people are kind of expecting. They're expecting a crazy bullish run, right? Yeah, we've had a crazy bullish run, but it's kind of been under the shadows. Yeah, it's kind of been hidden now that Trump is president and Bitcoin's in price discovery. What happens now with Bitcoin is going to really impress the world. Like, everyone's eyes are on what's about to happen. So wouldn't it be amazing if Bitcoin suddenly just started to go up and up, 140, 160, whatever, I don't know how far, as Trump became president? I think you get quite a lot of FOMO as well, and then suddenly we can get alt season, which is kind of what we're trying to get to experience. I don't know. 75k is my target for a correction. I don't know. Yeah. So we've had a little bit of an ABC here. There's a little ABC here. Look. ABC. This is your ABC here, isn't it? Look, that's your ABC. So maybe this is going to be another ABC like that. Maybe. So it's still corrective, but that was quite a nice bullish mid corrective WX. That was a nice bullish X, wasn't it? It wasn't. If this was going down, I don't know if we would experience that, to be honest with you. I think we'd just go down. So the fact that we've experienced a little bit of a bullish X gives me hope. Gives me hope that this might actually be good, and we might actually see this correction end well. The 618 would bring us back to the range val, which is probably where I'd like to see us. That would be a much more bullish hold. Otherwise, it could actually go a bit lower, down to 90,783 for a 1-to-1 on this corrective move. And then there's no confluence there, so I don't know. I'm not sure. Basically just to kind of fill this gap and come to this red candle, I guess. Then if it did that, we would have to see an impulsive move. There would have to be a massive, gigantic impulsive reaction from taking out these lows. Yeah, because otherwise that's not correct. I need quantitative easing. Feds need to pump money into market, I think, for a real bull market. Yeah. My baby Ondo turned green after the sweep. Well done. I've heard that before. I'm not really a fundamental guy. I'm not fundamentals. I have no idea. Yeah, you might be right. Yeah, I'm not doubting your analysis at all. I'm technical. I'm all about technicals, and I'm not too bothered about the fundamentals, to be honest with you. Yeah. So you might be right. Okay. If you're waiting for 75k, me too. You know, like we're all waiting for 75k. Why not? Let's long 75k, but it doesn't mean you can't long now. Yeah. It totally doesn't mean you can't long now. Why wouldn't you long now? We've just taken a range low and we get a bullish reaction. You can long now. Have a tight invalidation. If you're wrong, you lose a little bit. You could risk $100 here, depending on your risk appetite. You could risk $100,000 here. You could risk. This is a really small risk to potentially a very large reward. If we take the low here, your trade is invalidated. That's it. Your long is invalidated, and we're going down to 75k. Guess what? You can just wait. You can long here with a tight invalidation, and then you can long 75k. That's what trading is. You don't have to just wait for 75k and not long a good setup at here. Do you know what I mean? So I think that's just it's not a zero-sum game. You don't have to just long one level and nothing else. You could long many levels, and one of your trades is going to work. Some of them is going to be break even. Some of them are going to fail. But on average, if you're coming in at the right places and using the correct position size or whatever, risk management, then you should come out a winner. Yeah. Otherwise, you're not a trader. You're a spot holder, which I am, to be fair. I trade and I spot hold. And spot holding, you can just buy anywhere, really. Just because the thesis is up. You're just dollar cost averaging. I tell people who come and ask me, what's the best way? I say just dollar cost average in, time weighted average price. Yeah, just keep on buying. And that's what the president of El Salvador does. And he's making money for his country, isn't he? So he's not like he does, but he does try and buy the dip. He doesn't always get it right. El Salvador Bitcoin purchase. They've got a chart, huh? I don't know where it is exactly. Maybe I can find it here. I want a different time frame. This can't be it. I've seen another chart. I think Max Kaiser posted it actually. Let me have a look at his X profile. Because he's advising the El Salvadorian president on their Bitcoin strategy. I think he's moved to El Salvador. I'd like to meet him actually, although he looks like a bit of a weird guy. But maybe he'll kill me. with those orange glasses. I've seen him post it though. If I can find it, I don't know if I can. Oh, his wife looks like she'll definitely kill you. Stacy Herbert. Is that it? Don't know. I don't know where it is. Yeah, maybe that's it. Look, daily buy dollar cost average Bitcoin. Yeah, look at that. And look at those purchases. So right now Bitcoin is at wherever it is, 91.5. And just by dollar cost averaging on a daily basis, his average price is about $45,000. Yeah. So literally that's the best way to accumulate crypto or anything really, because if it goes down, the market has to be bullish. It's really important to find the bullish market. So you're saying I'm waiting for 75. What are you going to do at 75? Yeah, I'm not criticizing you. I'm just asking you a question. What's your trade plan at 75? Yeah. How are you going to long Bitcoin at 75? Are you going to scale in? Are you going to set limit orders? Are you going to buy spot? Are you going to leverage? Like, these are questions. I'm not criticizing you. I'm just asking you questions you have to ask yourself because they're very important questions to ask. Why 75? Well, I think 75 is actually a really good level, to be honest with you. But the problem with 75 is you'll probably miss it unless you put your ladder in limit orders, because actually what you're looking for is a capitulation, aren't you? You'd only long a capitulation at 75. If the price starts to grind down to 75, would you still long it at 75? Not really. I think you're looking for a capitulation to 75. So I did kind of draw a fractal based on the COVID capitulation yesterday, just to kind of entertain a drop down. Yeah, that's basically what you're imagining, isn't it? A drop down, a capitulation candle to 75. I think most people would miss that, and I think the reason most people would miss that is because that candle is quite scary. It's a very difficult candle to long, and so I think practically the only way to long it, you wouldn't be able to, I don't think you'd be able to look at your screen and long a drop down to 75. I don't think so. And most people won't be able to do that. Even the best traders won't be able to do that, right? But that's what you're looking for, right? A drop down to 75. And the best way to catch that is to have a laddered limit orders, and you wouldn't be able to just put it all at 75 because you could miss, because this could drop and it could miss your order, your final order at 75. What if it gets front run at 76? No one knows what would happen if that was to happen. It's the market dictates where the price finds support depending on the buy orders, the bids, yeah, the limit orders, and how the price comes down, right? But if you get a capitulation event, let's just say hypothetically, it's not gonna, I don't think it's gonna happen right now because we've already taken the range low. But let's say we go right, we'd have to go up, take the yesterday's high and then capitulate. That's more realistic. If we go up, take yesterday, if we go up to that tomorrow, take today's high and then go down and capitulate. I'm just being realistic, yeah. The only way really to catch that is to ladder in, is to spread your orders, and probably you'd have to start at somewhere around 85 85, 86, all the way down to 75 to get the average drop. Okay. And you could only do that on spot. It's the only way to do it. So because you could get front run at 75, you're saying 75, you could totally get front run if you get a capitulation candle and it stops higher than 75 and you've missed your entry. And then what do you do then? Do you buy? I don't think you would. Most people wouldn't be able to buy because they'd be so scared with that drop. They'd think they'd missed it. You'd buy higher at 85 or whatever, and then they'd be worried that the price is going to do that. Yeah. It'd be very difficult to buy. The only way to buy this is, like I said, to have a laddered in orders at the area of interest and just wait for a capitulation. Okay, like that, and then you'll catch it, and then you can take your profit, and then you're in a risk-free trade just based off a capitulation. It would have to be a capitulation, or you'd have to wait for a sign of strength after a capitulation. And in this context, I don't know, it'd be very difficult to see a sign of strength until the price was able to reclaim the range low. A successful reclaim of the range low, you're longing back at 90k after it dropped to 75, but at least then the price is just going up and up and up. Yeah. Which is all you really care about. You just want to long and you want the price to go up. You're only long because you think the price is going up. That's why people long. Yeah, because they think the price is going up. So if you long, you need a sign, a signal, and after a capitulation event, the only way to long safely would be a reclaim of the range low like this, and then you could long and everyone would long then, and then the price would go up. But I think a lot of people would struggle to long a 75k drop, to be honest with you. Some people would, the high risk traders would, and a lot of people would get liquidated. And also personally, I think it's more likely than not, if you drop to 75k like that in one candle, it's such a painful candle, it's such a demonic candle, that even if you do get a bounce like a dead cat, it's more likely than not you just fall down now, because we're at the highs. You haven't capitulated at the lows, you've capitulated at the highs. It's a very different situation capitulating at the highs after a rounding top than capitulating at the lows. Yeah, this is a capitulating at the lows, you know. It's not at the highs, it's kind of at the lows. You could argue it's the highs. It's not really. It's already made a low and a low, then you capitulate and you come back to the lows. Look, you're back at the lows. Yeah, when you capitulate to 75k, you're still high, you're still above the all-time high. It's not really a capitulation, is it? If it was a capitulation, it would be at the lows. It would be down here at 17k or 16k, all the way down there. So I don't like that at all. I wouldn't long that. I wouldn't long 75k if it drops like that. I think this is the right place to long, to be honest with you. And if we lose that level, then sayonara crypto, probably sayonara crypto. I'd wait for a sign of strength. Then I'd close out all my positions, and I'll just wait for a massive sign of strength, and then I'll just market long on everything, and at least then I don't have to ride the whatever it is that's coming. Do you know what I mean? That's kind of what I'm thinking. So I'm not 100% with your strategy. And then when you're talking about quantitative easing, Trump is everything. Trump is the man, huh? Trump is you're not considering Trump. The hostages are going to get released soon, maybe this week. The Russia war is going to be, there's going to be a ceasefire. Trump is going to meet President Putin, Vladimir Putin. There's a lot of things happening, yeah, a lot of really bullish things, yeah. And he's already announced that he wants to buy Bitcoin and make it a Federal Reserve currency or whatever. So we're just waiting for that, huh? I think the market is really bullish on on Trump and his ideas, and also they're very bullish on cutting all of the red tape with the Elon Musk and his department. So once they come into office, I think we're going to have a really nice rally, to be honest with you. And I think it'd be very weird to go down to 75k. And also the other reason why I think it'd be quite weird to go down to 75k, and I've talked about this on my streams a lot, is we're seeing higher time frame, we're seeing extremely bullish CVD divergences, right? So technically you could argue that it's been invalidated because we've taken the range low. You could argue that, you could make that argument, but it doesn't you can't ignore the fact that there's been so much CVD. The CVD's dropped so much. Okay, fine, we've invalidated the range low CVD, which was right up there, but this low, we haven't taken this low out, and so there's still bullish CVD divergence from this low. You see, you still have a higher low. It's just that now, rather than taking from the range low where the CVD was, wherever it was, 646 million, you take it from this low, and here the CVD was 15 million. Right now the CVD is at minus whatever it is, 1 billion. So there's bullish CVD divergence on this range, and that's, you can't ignore that. And so that's what's happened. So what's happened is that literally what's happening, just to explain it so you understand, it's not really difficult to understand. Okay, what's happened is that Bitcoin has gone up so much that people, certain people, i.e. big whales and whoever, have large leverage positions from here, yeah, and using their leverage positions, they're accumulating more Bitcoin here, and it was happening here too. So in the dips, they accumulated more Bitcoin, and so what happens is, it may not be a lot individually, but the market's doing it, the whole market's doing it. So it creates this CVD divergence. So you get these big sells, but actually it's being absorbed, and we're getting the same thing here. So you're getting big players who have large positions of Bitcoin, they're absorbing the selling, okay? And so you're getting this market selling, and so all they're doing is what happens is their position, it comes up a little bit, because they're absorbing a little bit of Bitcoin at the highs here, increasing their position size. They're not taking profit, they're increasing their position size because they're expecting higher prices. That's why they do it. And so you're kind of ignoring that. The same thing will probably go for Bitcoin. He wants it to get to 150k at least, so we can shoot her. I think not only that, I think his family have got a shit ton of crypto altcoins. They've launched their own altcoin. They're not going to want that to now that he's president, they're not going to want that to collapse. They want that to pump. Yeah, they've made a partnership with Link and Ethena. They want that to go to the moon because it's reflective of their credibility. If it suddenly goes to zero, everyone's going to be calling him a crypto scam artist, isn't he? So, I mean, I'm just playing devil's advocate, really. I think it just doesn't make any sense, okay? But technically, I'm not seeing a drop to 75k. I've contemplated it and I wouldn't buy it. Just simply for the reasons that I said. I wouldn't buy a drop to 70k, 5k. I'd wait for it to play out, and I'd look for a sign of strength. I'd wait for a sign of strength with an invalidation, and even then I'd end up buying much higher. Probably if it dropped to 75k, for reasons that I can't explain, it'd probably have to take the highs first, to be honest with you. Personally, I think it would probably have to reject off the point of control. In this context, you have the range, volume range. Let me just pull it up. I think it's more likely in this context to get that drop that you're looking for. I think we go up to the point of control, Can't get above it. I don't know how long, maybe 1 day or 2 days. We just struggle to get above it. Lower highs here. Bearish divergences for a lower high. Remember, we've just put in a lower low. So that would be a lower high, wouldn't it? What would be the retracement of a move to the point? See, there's no alignment on the fibs, so there isn't really that much confluence exactly at the point of control. So it's more likely than not that we go high, a little bit higher, and reject off a 50 fib. So it'd be like, it wouldn't, I don't necessarily think it'll be a rejection off the point of control. It'd be more likely that we go up and claim the point of control and reject off the 50 fib and then lose the point of control like that. That's more likely, in my mind, that's more likely a better scenario. It may not happen there. It could happen on Trump Day. And you've also got this kind of trend line here, some kind of trend line or something. I don't know. And then you reject for a lower high. That becomes your lower high. You lose the point of control. And that's when you get your dump. The minute you take the lower low there for another lower low, that's your market structure change to bearish. And that's when big entities who are sitting on large positions will market sell. That's when you get your 75k entry. But why would you buy 75k? You've just, Bitcoin has just become bearish. You've just changed market structure to bearish. For me, that makes a lot more sense to go up and reject for a lower high and then lose the new range low, which we've just potentially currently just put in at 89, and then you'd get people who've accumulated will just dump. The minute market structure change, you'll see it. There'll be a massive dump, and then I don't think anyone will buy that. Honestly, no one's going to buy bearish market structure. Trust me when I say that. It's not going to happen. Not when it's been confirmed like that. You'll end up with people would want to see the market structure to go back to bullish before they start buying, because that would be safe. In crypto, you want to be as safe as possible. So I'm not enthusiastic about this. I'm more enthusiastic about what we're experiencing right now, to be honest with you. A nice bullish reaction from the range low, and to me right now this is looking really bullish. Actually, it looks like a more of a flat correction than a zigzag, doesn't it? It looks more flat right now than a zigzag. I don't know, it looks more flat, doesn't it? We're back above the VWAP. Yeah, we're just going above the VWAP again. This is quite bullish, huh? It's not bearish at all. Thank God you didn't short. Don't short. I'm here telling you, don't fucking short. Solana. Hi, Amir. What about Zeph? Let's have a look at Zeph if you're still here. Not financial advice. Don't short. Not yet. Well, Zeph was looking really good, huh? I mean, dare I say it? Was it looking really good? No, it was looking terrible. But it was looking good because it was... I don't know if you followed my streams about Zeph, because I've talked about Zeph a lot. Oh, fuck. Zeph looks shit. That's a shame, huh? That is a shame. A shame. Zeph is shit. Alright, Zeph looks shit. Sorry. Alright, let me just explain, okay? We had a 5-wave impulsive move here. we had an ABC corrective, we had the potential next wave, which was invalidated when the price came underneath that wave, that wave. So then you're looking at more of a corrective, a big corrective ABC, because you've invalidated that first 5 wave, that impulsive wave. Now you're looking for actually a larger correction, but there's an invalidation. The invalidation is the initial start point of the move. Now, where is the start point of the move? I've got it here, and I'm just looking at this wick now to see if there was a move there, if that was the first wave. It's very subjective, huh? Elliott waves. And actually, I'm trying to look at Slurf to see what happening with Slurf too. Could that be the first wave? Could I have been wrong? Could the start point of the wave be here? Oh, it is possible. It's totally possible. And so actually, this is a bullish harmonic. It's a butterfly. It's a butterfly because you've taken the liquidity from the previous low, which is the one that I've marked here. And I've marked it as SFP. So technically, this wave has been somewhat invalidated. Okay. The question now for me is something else. I have another question. I'm in another mind actually. I'm actually now just looking at it. So, you know, when it comes to Elliott waves, it's always a developing idea. It's never absolute, because as new things happen, you have to kind of contemplate new things. Okay. I think what matters next, I think what happens next depends on Bitcoin, to be honest with you. So if Bitcoin can get out of this place where we're at, then that's going to have a profound effect on Zeph and other tokens. Yeah. While I had that as the first wave, I'm now actually just thinking to myself, there is a possibility, and I don't know if I'm reaching here, there is a possibility that actually the wave began there for the first wave. When was that? August through to August. Then you have an ABC correction here for wave 3. And that would mean that that was your wave 5. Is that possible? A final wave 5 there. And then this whole thing is a corrective move, but actually the invalidation is actually more like that rather than that, because that wasn't the start. The start was actually here, where you had your first impulsive reaction from the lows, from the actual all-time low. That's the only way, that's the only place that the 4 could have been. I'm reaching her. I don't know. I'm not 100%. I'd have to really spend a little bit of time and count. For sure, that's impulsive. Wave 1. Bam, bam, bam. Correction, 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 correction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Correction, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The problem is the rules. Technically, the rules state that 4 can't come underneath the top of 1. There's a little bit of a grey area here. If that was the last wave, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so you've got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there, and then this is 1, 2, 3, 5. It's actually to there. that could be part of the correction. That top bit could be the correct. This could have ended there actually. That could work, huh? It could work because I'm counting waves. I'm not really looking at where the candles end. Yeah, and so I'm just looking at these. I'm reaching on this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it ends here. Oops, if I can draw straight lines, I can't. That's not part of the impulse because you've already ended. That's part of the correction. And that could work because this last wave doesn't come underneath the top of the end of the one. So this whole thing is corrective all the way down to here. You have another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That works for your wave 3 correction, and you have another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for your last wave to finish the one. Okay, so while I mean, there is hope, huh? There's a little bit of hope because that does work too. Technically, that's correct. Then you have a corrective move, and this is your wave 3. And then this last one is your 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right up to there. And then you have actually completed your first wave. Like that. And this whole thing is a corrective move. And actually here is okay because you're just completing a liquidity grab from the lows, but you haven't invalidated the wave 1 because you haven't put in a new all-time low, because that's actually where the wave 1 began. So I've had to change this, I've had to change this just because of what I'm seeing now, and that's assuming that Bitcoin really is putting in a low right now. The only way we would know is if we now get an impulsive move. There's no other way to know if this is right or wrong. I do like how the 1.414 and gets a little bit of respect, and the 1-to-1 here gets a little bit of respect, and the 618. I like this ratio, to be honest with you. I can see that it's working on this trend-based extension. The 618, the 1.618 would take us all the way down to $1.15 dollars, which would not invalidate. It would just come to 50% of this wick right at the beginning here. That would be an extended fib extension based on this downtrend correction, this A, B, C. Right now it's at a good place because you've come into the value area low, you've taken the liquidity from all of these lows, and you've had a little bit of a bullish reaction. That's a bullish reaction because that's a bullish piercing candle. Yeah, that's a bullish candle from the lows because you've closed higher than 50% of the previous candle. We need continuation here. We need like a real bullish. This should be the end. If this is the end, we're going to see a bullish impulsive move. Now, that's how you're going to know. And potentially you could argue, it's an argument to be made. I'm not 100%. Could that be your first wave? Could this be a correction based on that pivot low? And would this be the 3, which is what you want to see? If it is the 3, we're going to see a fucking crazy move now. It's not going to be something that you can ignore. You'll see a crazy move. It'll be really amazing. Yeah. Or you'll see a very limp, a lackluster move, and that would just be a 1, and none of this. This was the actual wave 1, and it was invalidated. And this first part here was a nothing burger. Yeah. that was your first wave, and you've just invalidated your first wave. So if you do impulse now, that would be your first wave. You'd have a first wave like that, correction, and then actually then you're doing your wave 3. So either way, I don't think it's bad. I think we're going to see some kind of move. We have to see how crazy it is. Yeah, I think in the light of Bitcoin now, if Bitcoin now goes to all-time high and starts to pump, I think every single altcoin is going to go crazy. That's what I think. And I'd like to see what happens next, to be honest with you. In any case, I think if you're looking to exit, this is the wrong place, because we're at the value area low. You can see that we're at the value area. It's not a good place to sell. If we see continued weakness on Bitcoin, you're going to see this fall underneath the value area low. Then I think it'll be hard to hold on to this coin. You'd have to wait for a bullish reaction lower down, maybe halfway there, maybe at the 618. Maybe you lose the 1.618. I don't know. But really, the price needs to get, whatever happens, the price would need to get back into the value area. So right now it's okay, but if you lose it, then it becomes problematic. And if you get back in, it's a sign of strength. Losing it is a sign of weakness. Getting back in is a sign of strength. So if you take out this current low, I think that's an easy invalidation. Like if we now go down and take the current low, like today's low, then that's very weak. Yeah, and you'd probably better, because it's only a small way away from the value area low. It's probably better to just kind of scale out, and then if you get the reaction lower down to take us back in, then you can scale back in. Okay, or at least just kind of reduce your risk. But if you're already, like, I mean, I had a very small position. I'm already, I mean, it's not that big. I think I bought $1,000 slightly higher up, probably at the point of control, and it's probably down, what now, 20-30%. I'm probably not going to mess about with it. I'm probably just going to be, for me, it's a risk 1,000, see what happens, all in or nothing. But it's such a small amount that I don't really I'm not really fussed. I'd like to kind of see where we land at the end of the bull market. I fully accept that some of my tokens are going to go to zero. Yeah, that's why you have a portfolio. I know that like 5 or maybe even 10 tokens are going to go to zero. That's why I don't really put more than $1,000 in tokens, in each token. And I know that some tokens, you put in $1,000, you're going to walk away with 100,000 or 50,000 or something like that. Yeah, and that mitigates the risk, doesn't it? The mitigation of the risk is by putting a lot of spreading your value. But when it comes to this, I wouldn't buy more. Obviously, I'm not looking to add to my position. Even if it goes up, I'm not looking to add. What I'll be looking to do is see where we land after ETH tops out. And that's really what I'm looking for. I've talked about this a lot. I'm really looking for ETH to top out and then decide. And wherever this lands, that will be the exit. It could be lower, it could be higher. I'm okay with that. All I'm doing about these waves is really for entertainment, to be honest. A lot of people are interested, so it's more entertainment than anything else. ETH is fucking looking weak again, huh? Shit. Where's Bitcoin? There you go. Let's have a look at this. There's no bearish CVD. That's good. I can't see shorts coming in here, which is good too. This down move is longs closing. Some longs have closed. Okay. What we want to see is bullish CVD here. It's really important to see some bullish absorption. Nothing's really changed. potentially that's the ABC down, ABC up. See that? And so now ABC down, based on this corrective move, assuming that was the top there, 618 1-to-1. Those are your kind of two areas of interest. The 1-to-1 would look really bullish because you're actually, again, you're looking at a bullish gartley pattern based on this. Well, I mean, technically it's to the pivot there. So from the, see that? That's a bullish gartley. But to get down to this level, we need an ABC. You can't just go down. We need like an A, B, C. And then you want to see a bullish reaction. If that plays out. Who knows? We have to see. But this is some longs closing here. And unless we see some absorption, I don't like that ETH is giving up. I don't like that. Actually, what ETH is doing is coming back into this 618. It could find support here. That's kind of where you want it to find support after we had a wash of that level. I wouldn't mind if ETH found support here. I don't really want ETH to continue going down, to be honest with you, because that would mean that Bitcoin is weak. And actually what's interesting now, looking at ETH now, ETH is actually coming into really strong support very quickly, huh? See that? It's coming, we're not far away from the point of control. About 4.5%, 4.7%. So we are close to ETH bottoming out, potentially. If we do put in a lower low here for a reaction there. So right now you see that ETH is going into Bitcoin right now. Today ETH is dumped into Bitcoin, which is why ETH is looking a bit weak. That can sometimes mean that Bitcoin wants to dump, and that can sometimes mean that Bitcoin wants to pump. And you just don't know which one it is. BTCD is going up, so that means altcoins are giving up their are selling off into Bitcoin as well. At the moment, yeah. Just got to be patient. Usually when the market wants to go up, ETH is a bit more resilient than Bitcoin. Yeah, usually. This is really shaking people out, huh? There's a bit of a shakeout going on. A bit of a shake. It's a crazy shakeout, huh? It's not you can't take it lightly. This is a crazy shakeout. Let me just have a look at TRVL. So I haven't talked about TRVL. Let me have a look at it. I think with TRVL we have hit a really important level. What's that one? Right. Against others. Okay, that's the wrong chart. I've lost my combined chart. Must have dragged it by accident. It's none of these, is it? I had another chart which I've lost. No, it's gone. No worries. This is a good placer. We've just taken the lows of that previous pivot there, and if I do a volume pool, it's hard to tell on this one. I for some reason I've lost my other chart, so I'm gonna have to draw it again. Which one is it? 3. It was the one with 4 of them. That's it, 4 against others. Let me just redo it. Hold on. There's this crypto cap divided by 4. Just like that. That was it. I'm going to try and get up. Oh my god, it's a long list. There. Right, perfect. I've got the chart back. So where's my volume? Let's just have a look at it. What is it that I was looking at? I was looking at I honestly imagined something else, and my imagination has deceived me. I thought we hit the point of control. I'm a bit. I thought 30. I'm wondering what chart I was looking at when I actually came up with that idea. Let me just have a look at all of these. Nope. Yeah, I think what I was imagining was this actually. Which one is this one? So this is it. This is the one against BTC, yeah. And so what you can see is that this is a real test. This is the big test, yeah. Now we're not necessarily going to get a reaction, but right now we're kind of at the point of control against BTC, and so the price is gone up in 5 waves. You can see the 5 waves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we've come all the way back, and it doesn't look like we've held it as support, but you can't really, because there's no trading between these pairs. It's just a comparison of the volume at these prices, right, in comparison to BTC. We're kind of at the point of control, so that's basically where the most volume has been traded between these pairs at these levels, where BTC is at its level and where TRVL is at this level. So this is kind of, I guess you could argue this is a must hold area in a sense, where you'd want to see strength. You want to see the price go up now, like if this is true. Otherwise, if we see continued weakness, we're going to just put in another all-time low against BTC, which is dreadful, which is extremely weak, especially after you see some kind of really strong impulsive move, like a 5-wave impulsive move against the BTC. What we really want to do is try and find support and then go for a wave 3 against BTC. That would coincide very nicely with alt season and getting TRVL to much higher prices. So this is a real test. Now it's obviously not going to be over on one day or in a single day. Today TRVL is having a pretty miserable day. And then when you look at it when you look at TRVL in the price chart. Some big selling here, some big market selling. Different exchanges have different responses. You see on Bybit it's gone down. You found that finally we've got this kind of strong buying tail, which means that it's kind of finding the price is being bought, increasing volume, but the price is struggling to go down. We're getting a little reaction, so it's bearish. But look, right now on the 2-hour candle is kind of closed slightly higher than the previous 2-hour candle, slightly increasing volume. So we are trying to find support here. We've come down underneath this pivot, so it's naturally a good place for the price to find support. And again, this has got everything to do with Bitcoin. So what you're experiencing isn't necessarily weakness in specific tokens, whether it's Zeph or whether it's TRVL or Slurf or anything else. They look weak, but what we're experiencing is weakness from Bitcoin, yeah, and Bitcoin coming into the range lows and taking the range lows, yeah. That's what we're experiencing right now. Actually, look, I mean, I've got Bitcoin coming down potentially, but look, Bitcoin is showing a little bit of strength. Why is that? Because all coins are literally bleeding into Bitcoin right now. They're defending Bitcoin. That's what's happening. Sometimes that could mean Bitcoin wants to go down. Sometimes that means Bitcoin wants to go up. Yeah. Sometimes it's altcoins giving Bitcoin a lending hand to go up so that Bitcoin can bring up the rest of the market. You know, like, it's weird. There's this dynamic at play between altcoins and Bitcoin. Most of Bitcoin's value will come from ETH and Solana, I guess, and maybe even XRP. Those are the one. ETH is the one to really look at. So you see here, ETH BTC has been dumping. Well, that's because it's literally being sold into Bitcoin, isn't it? So ETH BTC is a traded pair, and if the market wants, like, if market makers, to be honest with you, big whales want to defend Bitcoin, they will defend Bitcoin. They will literally defend Bitcoin with their big stacks of ETH. They'll buy Bitcoin until and sell their ETH, defend Bitcoin, and then once Bitcoin is flying, they'll buy ETH again, just to kind of give Bitcoin a bit of a help to hold this level. We're very close to another reaction potentially. This could be a really good reaction. I don't know if that was the first impulsive wave, but this looks like a very nice balanced pattern forming here. Just looking at it, looks really nice actually. We've passed the 618, so the next kind of big target is much lower. It's like a 6% drop against Bitcoin, and that would be the 1-to-1 at the point of control if this continues. But the other thing to bear in mind is there's a we are at the 1-to-1 here, I think. It's hard to draw it. No, we've passed it. It looks like it could be, but it looks like also we've crossed it. No, we're coming into it. It's there. So 3, 2. It's down. It's down. No, I don't like it. I don't like this. No. Anyway, it has to be weak before it gets strong. That's what we're experiencing now. So when you're looking at ETH, The weakness that we're experiencing with ETH is ETH going into Bitcoin. But that was a really strong bullish high volume candle there. You see that? That was a big strong candle. I think important how ETH closes, to be honest with you, because if ETH can close above these lows, so we're kind of teetering at the lows. I don't think we want to see a close underneath these lows. I think we want to close above those lows. When you close above those lows, then that could be it. And that's a really strong buying tail as well. But then Bitcoin has to go up as well. Otherwise, it could fall down again. And then it could fall down and then go up. But generally speaking, they'll go up together or they'll drop together. So looking at Bitcoin right now, definitely not doing that harmonic. It's more bullish, isn't it? Let's have a look at the order flow. Oh, it's looking like a really nice flat correction here. I'm not seeing bullish divergences though. Let me have a look at the volume candles. No, I'm not seeing bullish divergence. I'm not seeing bearish divergence. I'm just seeing the price go sideways, actually. All right. Thanks for joining me, guys. There's a few people here. I do appreciate it. It's fun to stream. It's a hobby of mine, streaming. I'm trying to build my YouTube channel. So a nice a like or even a comment would be much appreciated. I only started it last year. Just over a year ago, December. From zero, from two, I had 2 subscribers. And now I've got, it's a slow burner, it's a slow burn. I got 116, so that's quite fun. And thanks for Altcoin Dreaming for my banner. So I'm trying to build a little bit of a kind of trading community who just want to just learn about the price action and the movement, and they can incorporate those ideas into their own analysis. And I think the most important thing is that no one is right or wrong. It's always an opinion, and people have different niches. So when you become a trader, you develop your own niche. It's really important to develop your own kind of what you're good at, like focus on what you're good at. And some people are really good at certain indicators. There's no right and wrong. I think it's really bad when certain traders say my way or highway. I think that every way could be right and every way could be wrong. And most of the reason why is based on risk management. Is what makes it right or wrong, to be honest with you. So anyway, this is my channel. Look, plus 26 subscribers in the last 28 days. That's because Bitcoin isn't going to the moon. Or because it's because altcoins aren't going to the moon. That's what we want. Let's have a look at the last year. I took a 2-month break there. So we kind of peaked here 4th of December. So it's quite interesting because when I start getting peak viewers, it looks like the markets are topping out when I start getting a lot of viewers. So I could probably use that as this as an indicator. Once my viewers go up, that's when the markets are peaking. Downtrends are good because that's when the market's consolidating. Look at this. March, that's when I peaked. Look, returning viewers. And here, look, December, 4th December. And then you go into this bear market, and now it's starting to come up a little bit. It's quite funny. Let's have a look at that one. Slowly going up. It kind of went up quite well in November. That's when it was like the Trump pump. Everyone was like excited, and then my subs went up from about 200. I need to get it to 1,000. It's quite interesting. Yeah, maybe, yeah. It's possible, huh? But I mean, how do you know that's topped out? Do you have a swing failure of the previous high and then trade it? That's a failed auction, or a swing failure of the highs and go, okay, now it's bearish, and then sell. Altcoin dreaming, what do you think? He's probably gone to the pub. Thanks for taking a look at Aldi on X. I should reply these. I do like them. I do read them. Hash AI. A month ago. Let's have a look at Hash AI. Come on, ETH. I don't really care about Bitcoin. I want ETH to go up. So our altcoins can pump. Let's have a look at this. Oh, look, the RTX RTY had a really nice bullish reaction there. Previous range value area low. I think the SPX gapped and now it's gone up. Look, it gapped down and it's gone up. It's actually filled the gap now. Oh, look, see that? We thought it might fill the gap. It gapped to fill the gap and now it's come back up. So I don't know what that means. I don't know if it looks good. Let's get rid of these then. Point of control is slightly lower. Let's look at MicroStrategy. Exactly, I'm waiting for that too. That's a good indicator for selling, huh? The minute I start pumping, my channel starts pumping, I start getting crazy viewership, then I have to get really worried. Like super worried. God, how stressful is it sometimes waiting for your bags to go up. DXY, let's have a look at that. This is good. This is good. Even though the daily time frame it looks bullish, actually this is starting to look bearish now. Let's see how this closes today, but this is actually quite bearish because you have a green, potentially a green candle goes up and it closes lower. That's bearish. That's not bullish. That's not a good candle to, that's like a topping candle. And on the 12-hour time frame, you see how it closes above the wick and then how it drops underneath the wick. This is like a topping pattern right there. And if it closes lower, if it can close lower, this 12-hour candle, if it can close lower than 50%, it could drop. And then if you come underneath there, that will look like a failed auction of the pivot above that level. And then we have a chance to top out here on this time frame. So we have a few good signs here. potentially. Look, we've got a 2-hour bearish engulfing candle. You see that? That's a really nice candle to have, that bearish engulfing there, 2-hour. And now we're getting a little continuation of that candle. See that on the DXY? So we've got some nice topping candles forming here right now. Little rounding top, or it looks like a head and shoulders, but it's more of a rounding top. Could get a nice sell drop here. Huh? That would be really nice for Bitcoin and the rest of the market. We get a little sell off here. Look, it looks like a topping, isn't it? It looks like it's trying to top. Good. Now ETH is going up. Maybe because the DXY is dropping a little bit. Maybe because the SPX is coming to fill the gap. That's not good, because what we need is we need the gap not just to be filled, but to be squeezed. So we're coming into the gap now. That's this is going to be an area of concern. BTCD. How far did we get up? Shit, not far at all. I'm inclined to think that if Bitcoin starts to go up, this is going to go up, not down. I think this will only go down when alt season begins. And I think usually when Bitcoin, in this whole run, when Bitcoin was going up, BTCD actually went up. And I don't know why we would expect any different. Maybe BTC has to go up, like I was saying, for a swing failure of that level, and then that's when we're going to get alt season. For a massive rejection there, that would, I mean, that really requires Bitcoin to go up, because I think if Bitcoin crashes, we're not going to get alt season. But here this is looking promising, because it looks like for the first time we're going to get a little bit of weakness on the DXY. Let me see what's happening here. Just a little bit of bullish CVD and I'll be going to be really happy. Shit, nothing. There you go. There's a little bit of bullish CVD on the 1 minute candle time frame. You see that? So you have to really zoom in. There is a little bit of bullish CVD forming on the 1 minute candle time frame, but it's not showing on higher time frames. So look, slightly showing on the 2 minute. Let's see in the, let's just go up a little bit, and you can't really see it higher up. Oh, you can. There, look, it's going down. Yeah, it's definitely there. We're getting a little bit of bullish CVD now, huh? You see that? Finally, yes. That gives us a little bit of hope for higher prices, even though ETH is giving up the ghost. What the fuck? Let's have a look at ETH. Look at that. See, you're getting bullish CVD on Bitcoin. You're getting slightly bearish CVD on ETH. There's a big market sell there. That was actually really bullish. Look at this. This is bullish CVD. Look at this. from there. Look at the CVD went down. This is bullish CVD. Oh, look at that. That's on Bybit. Let me have a look on Binance. Same story. Look, same story. Look at that accumulation. Get rid of the wrecked. Drop. And look at that. Ever since it dropped, it just kept, the CVD just kept on going down. And the price. It's a 2-minute time frame. Let's go to slightly higher. Yeah, you can see it. So I think we just have to be patient. As long as we don't invalidate and we take the low, then this should be good because you're getting absorption here. Look at the volume candles. Volume candles are telling us a slightly different story. It's bearish CVD on the volume. Let's have a look at Solana. Yeah, look, drop, and then CVD went down. Solana and ETH are basically following the same path. And so they're basically all following Bitcoin. I just want Bitcoin to go up now. I'm kind of tired. I'm tired of this staticness. I think this is looking good. Huh? This is an ABC corrective and it's going sideways. It's literally gone flat now. Huh? Looks okay. Huh? It's not. It doesn't look like it's doing this anymore. ABC, ABC, ABC. Let's go up, huh? What's the time? 6:56. Time to go up. That 4-hour candle, we've got another 1 hour to go. It needs to be green, huh? That definitely needs to be green. It can't be red. It just can't be red. If it's red, it's going to look bad. Because then it will follow up with a sell. If it's green, you could get a sell, but then it's a green candle. You could get another green candle. Why are all coins weak though? I don't understand. Just because of ETH? That makes no sense. Oh, EMA. That sucked. Yeah, dominance. Mohan, welcome. Yuck, yuck. That was a yucky, 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 yuck. Coming back to the value area high for a test. God, dominance is a pain, huh? The minute Bitcoin goes up, this is going to go down. $92. Huh? What's the time now? 1 hour candle almost to close. Honestly, the most profitable trade of the year has been just buying Bitcoin. And altcoins has sucked like there's no tomorrow. They've literally, a lot of them have given back all their gains twice, basically, in March and in November. So this has to be bigger. We need a big alt season, otherwise it's all rigged. The whole thing's rigged. Just have a look at this. I just want to have a look at Dtravel. Coming into a volume gap now. There's a gap there. Some good volume on Ava. Some buy volume here. It's good. There is a little bit of interest. Big shakeout. This is like the final shakeout. The shakeout to shake everything out. But I'm amazed that altcoins are dumping. But maybe people think. I think the problem is that people. I mean, it's possible. It's always possible. The problem is that people looking at this and feeling really bearish. Just because we put in a lower low. It is possible that we dump. It's just hard to know if and when it happens. I don't know. Oh, you think so? Well, I also think that whales can just accumulate. They can just accumulate altcoins at cheap prices, yeah, which is what they've been doing. So it's almost in their interest for altcoins to pump and not dump, because they can just pick it up at cheap, really cheap prices. The next wave has to be an impulsive wave here. And then we have to really take the highs. And then you could potentially be looking at, if it plays out well, probably take the highs and then like a inverse head and shoulders. Like you need a kind of little bit of a bottoming pattern here to get out of this now, just because of the momentum. The momentum is still pretty miserably to the downside, and that's the trouble with coming down so fast. Twice. 3 times, you know, so you're coming down quite suddenly. Bam and bam. And so you've got this kind of pushing momentum. The minute we can get back above some of these momentum lines, excuse me, I look at my phone when I look at momentum. It's really helpful. I think we are like 15-minute time frame. We're above the Bollinger midpoint of the Bollinger Band. We're above the 50 moving average. Let me have a look at the hour. The hour, we've bounced off the midpoint of the Bollinger Band. See, let me bring it in. We kind of need to turn these, you know, get above it, get back above the midpoint. It has to flatten out. Every single one, every single one. That's the trouble with this kind of the momentum when it starts to trend. It's really difficult to get back above and flip it back into. So like we've just dropped again from the 4 hour. It was flat for a while now. Look, it was 4 hour. It was flat, it was good, and then it dropped. So you really have to, we have to get up there fast so it doesn't start trending down again. Otherwise, again, you could just go down, you know, like it could push us, the momentum could push you down. Look at that 12-hour midpoint. See that? So it's pretty bearish, huh? To just reject off that. And the only way to recover is to go up. You have to go up. There's no other way. You have to start closing higher. Look at that. That was the daily. The 12-hour and the daily midpoint actually were at the same place for that drop. So it's pretty bearish, huh? It's really bearish. And so we've taken the range low. And what we need now is a real, this next wave has to recover, has to really recover. And it has to be really impulsive. And if we don't see that, then if we get another, if we go up and get another rejection, then you could actually end up falling. This could actually end up falling. So this is going to be a real test, and that will be the beginning of the bear market, probably, if that starts to happen. But here you see the 3-day Bollinger midpoint. We're underneath it, which is quite bearish as well, but it's still kind of trending up a little bit, and the weekly is totally trending up. That's kind of at 81k at the moment. So what we need, really what Bitcoin needs to do is it needs to hold this range a little bit longer, so these moving averages can just catch up, these big ones that are trending up, because they are much more powerful. You see that? Look, you see here? They're much more powerful than those shitty small ones which are trying to trend down. These big ones are much more dominant, and they're much more important. And then obviously the monthly, at the moment the monthly is at 56. We're nowhere near that. Strongly trending up, the monthly. You see here when it hit the monthly here, look, that was the front one. Maybe that was the front one. But the minute it hits, that's your last chance saloon to go out. That's why I don't really want us to go down, because that will be your last chance saloon to get out. It'll be the same as this, but on this time scale. See that? That's really why I don't want us to go down. I really want us, if we want to go up, we have to go up now. I'm going to say now, I mean this week. Whales are. Oh, it hasn't had much impact on the altcoins. Well done. Well, that's why portfolios are gooder, because it lessens the impact. If you could pick the right coins. Daily close is going to be really important today. Maybe what I'm going to do, what time's now? 7:09. Maybe what I'm going to do is going to log off now, and maybe I'll come back for daily close. If not, maybe I won't, because it'll be pretty knackered. Got a busy day tomorrow. I mean, I do enjoy looking at charts and just kind of keeping an eye on it. A little bit bullish divergence here on BTC. It's kind of what you want to see. If we can squeeze now, that would be really amazing to start squeezing, because we've already had a liquidation there, which is good. Some late shorts got liquidated, but there must be a bunch of shorts in this. Maybe even Altcoin Dreaming still sitting in his short. Be good to liquidate him. He was 95k short. There's still probably a lot of people sitting in shorts here in this range, and so they're probably feeling quite good because maybe they've taken profit at the range low or even lower, and they're still expecting lower prices. As long as it doesn't come up, they're still happy. Maybe they're looking for another a place to compound, and it'd be good to squeeze them. It'd be good to squeeze the shorts and push them higher. So we had a little liquidation here, which and then we filled the single prints, and this is quite interesting. So what session are we still in? The New York session. You see here the TPO point of control has moved up to the highs, so it was in the lower part, now it's back up to the highs, which is good, and we're above it now. We're above the VWAP, so we're above the TPO. If you guys don't know about the time point of control, it's also relevant, the time point of control, the most time that the price spends at a certain price. It's not about volume, it's about time. And it's actually really good when you get a divergence between volume and time, because usually what you do is you get a ping pong between the two, usually. Yeah, the price comes down to the time and then it goes back up to the volume. So right now, looking at it, where is the fucking numbers? Let me have a look at this one. You can see it here better. Yeah, you see the point of control is here at 91580, and they're kind of at the same place. We've been here in a long, we're above the point of control here on the session. We're trying to get back above the VWAP. I think it's generally quite bullish, above the session point of control, above the VWAP. Trying to get back above the VWAP. Get squeeze up now. Probably waiting for the next candle to close. The next 4-hour candle. Wow, good shorts, dude. 95k, well done. You did well last night. You did it. You came onto my stream. You listened to me grumble about how bearish everything was, and you were like, okay, I'm short. probably what happened. You probably knew yourself, to be honest with you. Yeah, I'm just joking. Come on. So it's always miserable like this when you're trying. This is where people are in longs and they start quitting, they start giving up, and then it pumps and then they start longing higher. It's always the same. It always feels miserable when you're trying to get out of the lows and it's actually trying to be bullish. People have they've longed so much, it sort of keeps on going down, and so now they're like they're not patient anymore. They just like give up. Giving up. ETH is sucking, huh? Look at that. Fuck me. ETH just needs to look at that trending midpoint of Bollinger Band. Oh my God. I have no idea how we're going to get back above that. Look at that. We haven't even hit it. Oof. It's so terrible, huh? Literally. There's all this shit. This is, I mean, this is a good place, sir. If my my harmonic plays out, this would be a really good place for the bottom to be in. Is that it? Is that it? Down and down. What do you think? These the ones. Bullish gartley. I think so. The ratios are right. The ratios are right. I think what happened? What are you thinking lower? You're thinking, are you thinking ETH or BTC and ETH? Just ETH. I think today's close is going to be the decisive point. I think if we close, I think that's the pivot that's going to determine everything. This one. Call it SFP. If we close higher than that, we're going up. And maybe not in a bullish way, but at least we'll go up and then we can come down and then we can kind of try and get out of this mess. Oh, everything, huh? Yeah. You might be right. I think we have to see how the daily closes. I'd like to see the daily close. Right now, this is looking okay because you've got a 4 hour. You've got a 4 hour candle with a massive buying tail. Now you've gone down. You've closed inside the candle. The next candle should go up, right? That'll be the next 4 hour candle. It should go up. Then we have to see what kind of candle it is. Do you put in a lower high here? Like that? Or do you have a nice strong candle? And then we have a chance. Because then we can have a red candle. We can just kind of find support here on that pivot after you've taken the liquidity and kind of had a little mini failed auction. Yeah, cluster. You're probably right, huh? Right now, the MACD is quite bearish, huh? It's quite bearish. But the CCI is going lower, so it's quite bullish there. You might be right. Let me have a look at the absorption. Watch this. Cluster confirmation. Oh, we're into the session point of control. All right, I think we're going down for one more attack of the lows. It's a bit trickier, but I think I don't like this consolidation. Actually, I liked it to begin with. I don't like it anymore. It's taking too long. For me, it's taking too long, and I'm not seeing any strength in ETH, which worries me. ABC. But the Bollinger here is tightening, huh? So it's trying to squeeze. So yeah, that's not good. If it closes red on the 4-hour time frame, that's not good. That's not good at all. Because the only way to get out of that is a market buy, and it just shows you that there is no market buying. You'd have to have a higher low. Right, so well, let's see. This isn't looking good. It's not looking good at the moment. It's just taking too long. A little bit too long. I think possibly ABC. There's an ABC here somewhere. I don't know where exactly. Let's say this whole thing is an ABC, and then you're actually just coming down like that, and then you have to spring out this. Maybe just the lows here, like that. And if you get a 4-hour red candle, this is, I mean, this is tolerable because you're still in the wick, but it has to find support and not close underneath the lows if it wants to turn. Golden pocket. So as long as you just kind of do that, then there's still a chance. Yeah, the weight is a lot, huh? The weight is too much. So I think this 4-hour candle is really important. I'd like to see a green candle. Actually, I'd like to see a green one. Did that close? How did that close before? Honestly, it always looks bearish before it's bullish. Yeah, we had a close underneath the 50 there. What's the order flow saying? And the point of control is holding as support. The VWAP is resisting. I think it's okay. Yeah, I really do. Maybe what we're experiencing. So I think the test is this. That's your V. Let me just get rid of this Bollinger Band. That's your V. And that's your must hold support. That's basically where we're at, I think. But I don't think we're going to see a bullish impulse from here. We kind of need to go down like that, don't we? I feel like we need to kind of go down. Correct me if I'm wrong. We'll see. I don't mind actually, because that will what this does is it flattens out the moving averages, you know. So if we can just go sideways now for a period of time, it's boring, but it does kind of demolish the the momentum, you know. And so right now the momentum is quite strong. It's quite strong to the downside. And what you kind of need to do is, again, hit it and then get out there. Reject from the lows, and then probably then you got a chance of clearing it. It's not going to just go like that, is it? It's not just going to go up. Right now it's just kind of a little bit range locked in this little range. That's kind of where we're at now. See, you've got the VWAP here. The wait is too much, huh? We're waiting for the 4-hour candle. I think in this context, what I'm actually looking for is an A, B, C. Right? Where I'm just assuming this whole thing is a B, right? To come to this, take the liquidity, and then go up. It's kind of what I'm looking for right now. If this wants to go up, I don't know how it's going to go up like this, because I don't know, unless you have a more of a flatter correction. But then you're not doing that, because you would go up like this and down and then up, and you still get your ABC type thing. Right now what I'm seeing is that it is holding this kind of V-shape idea, but ideally you want it to, now that's going to be your spring from the low, similar to this. And we may not see crazy bullish CVD, to be honest with you. It'd be too easy. Maybe people are still feeling bearish. It has to go down, and then that's when it's going to go up. The only altcoin that I have that's gone up is fart coin. Fart coin. Can you imagine? Have you seen fart coin? I haven't tried it. It's a new coin, so there's no point. And I'm only trading it. I don't have any spot. The fart coin. Look at that. Actually, it's bounced off the point of control quite nicely. I just took profit, but I might reaccumulate. I don't know. I don't know if I'm that bearish. Maybe the longer it goes, the better it is. I don't know. I'd have to start seeing something really like a bearish CVD now to get bearish. Because let's see. I think this 4 hour is about to close really well. To be honest with you, it looks. What time is it? We got another 24 minutes. Get a nice close here. All right, I'm going to take a short break because I want to go to the loot and I want to maybe eat something. Should I just back in like 15 minutes or so for the close? I'll leave it streaming. Be back for 8 p.m. UK time for the 4 hour close. Okay, in about 23 minutes. All right, is that all right? I'll take a little break and then just continue streaming. Go ahead and take a little break, everyone. Oh, that's nice. Biryani. Nice, nice. I'm just eating my food, so I'm on mute, but I'm here. And 5 minutes, no, 8 minutes left. Oh, go up. I'm crying out loud. There's your bullish divergence there. definite bullish divergence there. Very slight, but it's there. Look at that bullish divergence there. All right, the 4-hour candle has closed, and it's a good close. It's a really good close. I think it's a good close. So it would, I think if it was red it would be problematic because it would probably drop, but because it's green you can see that there's some bullish buying. There's some buying, which is kind of what you want to see. I think it looks good at the moment. No, you got a nice 4-hour close, you got buying. That's what these green candles mean. It means the market is buying. Yeah, red candles means the market is selling. Green candles means the market's buying. You want green candles in the to come out of the lows. So I think if it was red then you would probably go down, but because it's green it could go down, but maybe the market's going to buy up again and we can get out of here, but it's going to take some time. Also, it gives us a chance to close above this 92k level, which is really what I want to do. I want us to close above this daily level by the end of today. Then tomorrow, more likely than not, it will go up. More likely than not, it will just go up. I don't expect it to go down and fill the wick, to be honest with you. I think it'd be quite, it would be weird to close up here and then go down and fill the wick. It'd probably more likely to be like, if it's a small down, but then probably like more like this. Well, that filled the wick a little bit. Maybe more like that. I don't know. We'll have to see. But it doesn't look too bad at the moment. Fingers crossed. And then ETH, well, I don't mind ETH either, to be honest with you. Like, it's going to take some time to get out of this mess because you've had a 4-hour drop. This next 4-hour candle's closed inside the wick. It's not a strong bearish close, and so the next one we need to have a green up on ETH basically as well. This is probably gonna grind up. Actually, it may grind up, so I don't know how that's going to look when it comes to impulsiveness if it starts to grind up, because at the moment it looks like it's grinding up, whereas that was quite impulsive. Can it grind up for a drop, for a flat correction of sorts? I don't know. At the moment it looks like it's grinding up. So and we are getting bullish divergence. We're getting bearish divergence on the MACD though. So this is something to look at. That's really bearish on the MACD. From there, actually here it's slightly bearish too, you see. So we're getting a little bit of bearishness on the MACD here. That probably needs to correct, which still makes me think something like that. I think what I'd like to see possibly is if it did kind of grind up above the value area here. There's your drop. And there's your impulse. And then you're looking at a flat correction. See, that's a flat correction. I'd like to see if we can create that kind of corrective idea. It's painfully slow and it makes it very difficult to long. Extremely difficult, because when you look at this, you're looking for pullbacks to long. How do you long that? Where's your invalidation? It's a lot easier to long a swing failure than this, than when it grinds. Because basically every single red candle when it dips, it's basically what's happening is it's hitting limit orders and then it's just going back up. It's basically what is happening. But eventually what happens is it will fill, it will clear, it will fill, and then the reaction, wherever it lands, it will go up all the way down to the lows here. So it's kind of, it looks really shaky. Yeah, it looks shaky, but I think this 4-hour candle is good, and so maybe we'll go down, try and put a higher low. That's kind of what you want, and end up with another green candle. If you close higher than the previous 4-hour candle, then you could get a nice impulsive move. See here now, this is ETH is going down because Bitcoin's going. They're kind of following each other. They're on different paths, but they're following each other a little bit. I wouldn't mind seeing a little bit of strength on altcoins, a little bit more strength on altcoins. Some altcoins are showing a little bit of strength. The problem is the downtrend has been so steep. It's just taking a little bit of time to get out of this mess that ETH has created for the market, basically, for not being strong. But you see here, look, see Bitcoin is doing it again. It's just coming back. It's just going to grind. It's trying to grind up. Hits limit orders. There's not enough market selling. You're getting a little bit of bullish divergence. Not crazy bullish divergence, just very slight. And then when it makes a new high, traders will take profit and then they'll put limit orders. That's what this price action is. Traders will put limit orders. As soon as it takes the high, they market sell, then they add their limit orders, and it just grinds. And traders are just taking profit at the highs. It's a different type of trading, actually. When it grinds, you take profit at the highs, and then you have your stacking limit orders. It's going to take another 4 hours. Another 4 hours. Oh, Marvy, I'm glad that you're bullish, because usually when you're bearish, it goes down, and when you're bullish, it goes up. Yeah, 90k, yeah, the range low. It's possible. It's very possible to hit 90k one more time. It's very possible. but at the moment it has to clear this low here, maybe a ABC. I mean, I guess I am expecting this up wave to end like that. Would be better, would be right, it would be correct. On the 4-hour time frame, how would that look? It's coming all the way down to here, wick up for a higher close at the end of the 4 hours. It look really bullish. I figured that. Mujahid. So do I just sit like I'm on toilet waiting for it to do something? It looks dead. Well, basically the reason why it feels a little bit dead is because it is. The volume has totally dropped. Look, the volume 664k, 996k. There was a little bit volume here, there. When we actually kind of went down and up, look at the volume, 75 million. Look at that. 35, 75, 30 million, 23 million, 29 million. See that? This is big volume. And we're getting bullish divergence here, which is good. So we're getting accumulation. It's basically accumulation, but we're getting quite low volume at the moment, which is good, which is kind of what you want. You don't want big volume as the price is descending. You want reducing volume, you want decreasing volume. Yeah, so when you're looking at the volume as the price is consolidating, you don't want big volume as the price is consolidating. You want a decrease in volume or a reduction in volume. At the moment it's significantly lower. It's like 1.2 whatever, and we've just closed the New York session is over. See that? So that's the New York session, and we're in the close session, the last session of the day. So there's 4 sessions in the day. There's the Asia session, the London session, the New York session, and then the close. And so that's based on splitting the day up into 4 equal parts, 6 hours each effectively. And the New York session has closed. See that? So this is the profile of the New York session, the value area, the point of control. There's a big buying tail there, and now we've started a brand new session. You can see here already that this new session, the point of control of this session is actually in the highs here. What usually happens is it will come back down to hit the previous session, the New York session's point of control. It's basically looking for support, isn't it? So we've just printed a brand new 4-hour candle. Now we're getting a little bit of a retracement to see where the price can find some liquidity, find a little bit of support. People are just selling, and we are getting bullish divergence on this range. Yeah, if you take the lows, you've invalidated the bullish divergence. Doesn't matter so much, because we are kind of expecting a little bit of a pullback. It's the Americans. No, the Americans aren't manipulating it. When you have volume coming into the market, how is that manipulation? It's like, of course it is. If you buy at market price and you move the market, you push the price up. Is that manipulation? Just because the Americans are the ones who are expending most of the volume, you can't call that manipulation. Or you could arguably call that manipulation, but it's just the market buying and selling. It's not anything more than that, to be honest with you. So I wouldn't necessarily call it manipulation. Just the market. It's the market doing its thing, and that's normal, really. It's pretty normal. pretty normal. Let's have a look at ETH. Usually when so this is going to be a real test when, see, ETH is experiencing a little bit of, see that this is bearish CVD, so there's, ETH is being prevented from going up right now. Isn't it? I wonder if we're going to get bullish CVD on ETH. Here we're coming into the, yeah, everything's following everything's following BTC at the moment. That's for sure, 100%. No, the only coin that isn't is called fart coin. That's not following Bitcoin. Well, it is a little bit, but it's not really. This is really grinding now. It's really grinding. It's really crazy. Fart coin is a mental coin. I don't mind the price action though. I do think Bitcoin should maybe go down, huh? Maybe it should start going down now. We'll see. But it could just as well go up. Like, this is the thing. When you have Bitcoin grind up, it looks, sometimes it looks bearish, but it just keeps on going up. Yeah. Every pullback is an opportunity to buy. Whereas ETH is actually just bleeding into Bitcoin. I think it will eventually bottom here, and then you'll get something like that. You get a pump. That's what I'm thinking at the moment. Look how bullish that is. It's just every dip on Bitcoin's being bought up. So you're definitely getting interest. 5k to 100k. Oh, crazy. Amazing. Did he sell? Don't know. So the other way we can correct here is just keep on going up and then drop, but because of the way the price is moving, this is the support is basically here, not at any of these lows. These lows are getting accumulated. All right, I am tempted to go to get on with my life, stop streaming. So what I'm thinking of today, I think for the daily close, I think it'd be nice to close above this daily level, which is at 92,000. Basically, it's exactly, according to this chart, 91,952. I think a daily close above there would be good. Yeah. And maybe I'll be looking for the price to expand up all the way to the top there tomorrow. And then we have to see what the next candle is like, because you've got some kind of level there. That'll be it's not, I mean, it'd be really bullish if it engulfed, but it's not likely. So you kind of want to close above 50% of the body of that red candle, wherever that red candle closes, to get out of here, to try and get out of here. Green, has to be a green candle, basically. And then green, and then green, and then explosive move. That's kind of what you want to do. You want to just get green, 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 and maybe that's how we're going to get out of here. So even though people are looking at this and looking, I'm going to buy the pullback, it'd be really frustrating for the market after this really nice candle if the price just did this. Until it eventually did that. Really frustrating. Like people would be like, would have to FOMO in at the highs because they're looking for the pullback. They missed the entry here. Now they're looking for the pullback and they didn't get it. I'm not saying it's going to happen. Don't know what's going to happen, but we have to see what happens here. The reality is that once you get above this level here, it really should go up quite quickly. So if we can go up like that, then it should actually go up quite quickly. Get above that wick. And this is actually starting to look good now, because now the price is basically, it's kind of trying to get above this wick here. This is a really important level. It's trying to, so it's it's kind of washed it out, and now we're trying to get above it. Yeah, the CCI has gone sideways. This has gone sideways. This isn't sideways. So this is the only one that's kind of a little bit over, is going into overbought. It's 30-minute time frame. So you do need to take out that high for a higher high here. any one of these candles could expand up, to be honest with you. Like, it's totally possible. I'm quite bullish. I'm still quite bullish. I'm definitely not bearish. Look, it's really tricky longing a token which is grinding up like this. It's really hard, yeah, because where's your invalidation? The higher it goes, the harder the invalidation. That's your invalidation, right? The higher it goes, the harder your invalidation. This was the easiest long here, right? You could put your invalidation there, there, or there. You get liquidated and it expands up. So you say, well, okay, I'll just wait for the liquidation. But what if it doesn't come? This could just go up. Yeah, you might not get a liquidation. You might not get a pullback because of the way it's moving. It's grinding up. It's higher lows. It's kind of like any one of these down moves. Look, you see how it just came down. People are like, I'm going to short when it comes back up. It didn't come back up. It just went down. It's the same idea. Yeah. People are saying I'm going to long. Sure, if it drops, just like Marve said, to the range low and it finds support, that's the right place to long. Yeah. But it could just as easily drop and find support here. So wherever it finds support, you're looking for the price to find support somewhere. But this is difficult. This is really difficult because no one knows how far this is going to go up. Yeah, like no one knows how it's going to behave. You long and then people get liquidated because they have a tight validation, because the minute it goes down they sell, but actually you suddenly get a big buy because people are waiting to long. So they're waiting for the dip because they've seen what's happening and they're feeling quite bullish. Right now I'm looking at the CVD. I'm seeing it's bullish. So you see how the price is going. The CVD is going down here. See that? It's going down. And here they're putting higher lows. So if the price is following the CVD, the price will be down here at about 91,135 if it was following the price, be down here. So that price differential is being absorbed. Yeah, people are selling and the price is being absorbed by limit longs. The market's absorbing the price. That's what's happening right now, and that probably means the market is feeling bullish. Yeah, and it really makes it difficult to long because people are looking for a pullback. And so what's actually happening is people are scaling in now. Dollar cost average, dollar cost average, dollar cost average. And there's not enough market selling. When the market selling is being over absorbed by the market is absorbing the market selling, and the price is now starting to go up because the market's buying. That's what this is saying. Now, it doesn't mean the price can't get to a point higher up where you get a big whale who takes a big profit. You could wait for that. That would be your entry to long. You could long that, but then that would be your correction as well. So while you would long it initially, you could long it. The corrective moves are usually A, B, C's. So you don't necessarily long the first move. You wait for the second part, which is the C. So it's like, again, it's no one knows. You just have to look at the price action and see. This is looking really good. Like, honestly, this 4-hour candle was a nice close. Green. If this is a green, then we could be in a really nice, we could get out of here really nicely, to be honest with you. It could be like this, like green. Although this kind of flopped, but that's because there was no buying tail. Let me see if I can see something that's similar. Yeah, like this one, maybe this one. Green, green. See that? Green. And then it went up. Could be like that. If it starts to grind up. This one's probably a better example. See that? Closed, green, green, and then green, and then but anyway, what really needs to happen next is more green. More green. It's going to be hard to long if you're not in a long. You just have to scale in now. If you really want to long, you just have to scale in and dollar cost average in position and just trust your analysis of trust the CVD and have a bit of a wide invalidation basically. Basically. And this is the thing, yeah. If the market is bullish and if this is the low, if this is a real pivot low, and we end up, then the target is the all-time high. I think a lot of people are really bullish. You know? A lot of people are expected this, and a lot of people long this. But let's see what the market does, because the market is what pushes the price up. You're going to get some people FOMO in and suddenly push the price up. Altcoins are starting to bounce now. Altcoins are starting to get bullish, so that's a really good sign. I think ETH, I told you ETH, I didn't mind this 4-hour candle, and I think now we're starting to see a turn on the market. Like now the market's starting to believe in itself. We've had a miserable few days or weeks, and maybe now we can get out of hell. Yeah, the only way to get involved now is a dollar cost averaging in based on time. There's no other way. It's really tricky because you're waiting for the pullbacks. Where do you enter? If you want to enter, where's your invalidation as well? That's the other point. So it's a tricky one. Or just buy red candles, dollar cost averaging on red candles. Yeah, it's starting to look really bullish now. Now, the minute it becomes bearish is when you start getting bearish CVD. Let's have a look and just check to see. No, we're not getting bearish CVD at the moment. So, okay. The rules. Don't sell. Have you not been listening to me? Have you not? I feel like you missed some things that I said. I've been saying buy. Not financial advice. What are you selling for? Let's go up, yeah. Let's go to the moon, huh? Look at this. I said it's a really nice 4-hour close. Shouldn't be selling, eh? Should be buying. Now it's starting to get impulsive. Oh, look, see, a little bit of an impulse. Impulse. Is this impulsive? Could be, could this be the next wave? Or is this are we gonna, I don't know, we see a correction. ETH is moving as well. What's Bitcoin dominance doing? Wow, Bitcoin dominance has gone up. What I'd like to see now is a big buy order. Yeah, that would be impulsive with some single prints. There you go. There's your big buy order with single prints. Look at that. So that's kind of what you want, because those single prints act as support. Yeah, do you see that single print? That will act as support. And while you when you get single prints, you're creating support as the price goes up. There. So if you want a long 92360, that's your entry potentially. What that is that someone's just longed here. Huh? Getting some longs here now. Finally, we're going up. Yes. Oh, how stressful was that? What the hell? Fucking hell. Fuck me. Fuck a duck. Fuck a duck. Now what we want, honestly, now what we want, once we come out of this area, we want altcoins to pump. Yeah, that's going to be the real, that for me, that's going to be confirmation. If Bitcoin can come out of these lows safely, where the market feels, and we start seeing some real nice bullish divergences, then I think you're going to start seeing altcoins start going a little bit mental. Yeah, because they've been oversold. All your altcoins have been oversold, every single one. Yeah, not everyone, but every single one. Look at it, down 5%. And we're at the lows. We're at the range lows. It's not the place to sell. It's the place to buy. So you're going to get that kind of crazy. What you're going to get is going to be people be like, shit, what did I just do? I just sold. And they're going to start market buying back in, because there's not enough liquidity on altcoins for the whole market. If the market starts to buy altcoins, it just isn't enough. If the market suddenly decides to buy altcoins at the same time, there's just not enough liquidity, and they'll go up like crazy. Yeah, so these are the opportunities to buy your altcoins. as long as people Bitcoin is safe. Yeah, so I feel like today's candle is going to be a fucking amazing candle. Right now it's looking fantastic, isn't it? Look at this daily, look at that daily candle right now. That's not bearish, guys. Right now that's looking really bullish, because you've got an increasing volume taking the range lows, taking all of these lows with a massive buying tail and increasing volume. That's really bullish. And let's see how it closes. But imagine if this closes green. If that closes green, if today's daily candle closes green, tomorrow is just going to explode. You're just going to get an explosion tomorrow. It's just a massive green candle tomorrow. Yeah, and no one really knows. Actually, no one actually knows what's going to happen. Yeah, that's the point. Because the other thing is, I mean, it's looking quite impulsive right now, to be honest with you. That was impulsive. Could that have been the correction? Look, could this be the correction? A, B, was that it? And is this the impulse? Is this the next impulse? It might be, huh? It might just be. We'll see, because you're looking for 5 waves now. Yeah, that could be your first impulsive move. Yeah, it looks quite impulsive, huh? Impulse. So let's see. If that is, then we'll see, because you're looking for 5 waves, just like we had 5 waves here. Or it's ABCs. Like, that's the other thing. Like, we could be in a really impulsive ABC correction. I'll kind of theorize both ideas, although I think we're probably in the impulse, but let's just theorize both ideas. That's your next big resistance based on, no it isn't. That could be the impulse there, huh? That could be the first one. That could have been there. I don't know, actually. It's hard to tell, these candles. It'll be a lot easier to see when this actually comes up into resistance, because then you can see where the 618 is, because that'll probably be the first line of resistance as we come up. But we'll see. I don't know, but this is looking really impulsive now. Are you mad? Ian Snow, well done, 60%. Thanks to me. Dude, I don't take any credit. Yeah, everything that I'm teaching you is there for you to know and learn yourself. Yeah, I'm just kind of regurgitating stuff that I've learned. Yeah, no worries. I saved you from shorting though. It literally did. But always be aware, just because you're happy now, you have to consider your trade. Yeah, like honestly, I'm aiming for the all-time high, but I am looking, like, if we do get to significant area, like at 98k, I'll be looking 97, 98k. I will be looking to take profit. You know, I'm not just going to sit on it and hope it goes up. And then what I usually do is I scale back in, I reaccumulate. I take profit at key levels and then I reaccumulate corrections, because I like to take profit. You know, I don't like to just sit on unrealized gains. This is different though, potentially, because I think it kind of depends on so many things. But just be aware that you might be in a nice long with X amount of profit. For reasons that you can't explain, tomorrow it goes down. Honestly, it's happened to me so many times. I can't explain it. So while it's looking good quite now and you're feeling euphoric, it's always good to take a little bit of profit, you know, just to make sure that you have a win at the end of the day, even if it's a small amount. it's always good to take a little bit of profit, even if it's a swing. You usually don't take that much because you're aiming for a swing. Most professional traders, when they're swing trading, will take like 20%, 25%, maybe a third if they're feeling greedy. Not too greedy, because this has the potential now to be a massive swing trade to all-time high and above. This is the right one. This is the right place. If it's not, guess what? We're going down for another attack of the lows, and these longs will all get stopped out for another for the actual impulsive move. Now, I didn't want it to happen today. I didn't want it to happen now today. That would have been bad, but it is possible to go up. For one more go. It's very possible. It'd be really bearish, but it's always possible. You just got to be aware of that. Yeah, and it may not actually go all the way down to put in a lower low. It may just come down to stop everyone out. So just be aware of that. It's very possible. You can't predict shit like that. So it's always good to take a little bit of profit at the right place and just to protect your trade. But at the moment, it's looking quite impulsive. Look, increasing volume, increasing prices. That's exactly what we wanted to see, isn't it? This is what we wanted to see, the next impulsive move, right? So I think we're good, huh? I think at the moment we're looking good. It's been a hard one, this trader. It hasn't been easy. It's never easy. But it's I think we did a good job today to kind of be patient, just calm, just waiting, and looking at the candles. The candles are really, if you guys aren't 100% proficient on candles, you should be, because candles are really good. As you can see, just by using that candle, we can see we got an indication of holding out, not rushing to sell. It's not easy, dude. Though I've literally lost all my money in trading. Literally, sucks. It sucks. You just got to keep on fighting. Huh? All right, so let's just have a look at this now. Let's not get complacent. Let's have a look at this volume. Let's have a look at a few things here. My charts are messy. I'm gonna have to clean them up because I've got a lot of stuff that I haven't deleted. This is what I want, these anchored VWAPs. Right. So that's the anchored VWAP of interest at the moment, which is from this pivot high. And let's have a look at this one. That's on the all-time high. There's a few anchored VWAPs of interest in the way. This is looking really, really nicely impulsive, isn't it? This is looking really nice. Well done, guys, if you're in a long. We did well. We did well together. For that. So all of that was just a trade idea that we all had, because we posted it on Discord. Remember, I did the analysis, 8 to 9k, did it on stream. I should find it, huh? Just I looked at the charts and said 8 to 9k is the level of interest, and posted it. It's pretty good, huh? Not too bad. I kind of want to pat myself on the back. I feel good about that. Oh, you knew it, huh? Mm. Amazing. It's amazing. It actually front run 8 to 9k by a few dollars, actually. So we got this VWAP here. Let's just have a look at the volume, because that's going to be relevant. You've got the point of control here, got the VWAP, you've got a little bit of resistance here. Let's see how that corresponds with oh, we've sliced through the golden pocket like a hot knife through butter. This is really bullish price action, because we literally decimated that golden pocket as though it doesn't exist. Yeah, and didn't even offer any resistance. See that? So we're in a really nice bullish kind of move at the moment. It will correct, huh? Eventually it will correct. Don't think this is just going to go up forever. Look at that. Just buy. These red candles are, oh, look at that big volume. Let's have a look at that candle actually. That was a short squeeze. See that? Little short squeeze. That's what that volume was. For that, bam, short squeeze. How much was that? Plus 5.7 million in longs. Short got owned. These shorts are getting owned here. Huh? Look, see, these are shorts getting owned. So the longs haven't actually joined the pie, to be honest with you. It's quite interesting, yeah. These shorts are getting squeezed. Longs are like still watching and waiting, thinking, what the hell? And that's what we want. We want a little bit of long FOMO here. We want a little bit of longs. We're back above monthly open. Look at that, back above monthly open. That's really bullish. Wow. Daily open is going to be a big resistance, just FYI. Just because daily open always is big resistance. But I'd be interested to see, I don't know, I'd be interested to see how the daily closes. Because the daily a really bullish candle here is going to be, oh my god, it'll be closing above previous day low. Is the second most bullish scenario in my opinion. So let's see if that happens. We've still got a long way to go. We've got 3 hours. That would be the second most bullish, and the most bullish scenario here is going to be a green candle. That'd be really bullish. So let's see. Actually, this is the third most bullish scenario. Green candle will be second most bullish, and then the most bullish would be a green candle closing higher than the previous day. So basically above that previous day. So you have different bullish ideas with the candle close, and we just at the moment increasing prices, increasing volumes. Dude, you should always take profit when you feel like you've made a good profit. So don't hesitate to take profit, guys. Oh, what the fuck? You feel like you're in good profit, take a little bit of profit. It's not bad. It's not a bad idea to take profit. Don't hesitate to take profit. Do you know what I'm saying? Just take a little bit, just skim a little bit of profit. It's not a big deal. Yeah, don't go crazy, but just if you feel like, oh my god, I've made a lot of money, skim a little bit. Because if it goes up, you've only skimmed, so you're still going to make money. And if it comes back down, at least you skimmed at the highest place. You can always put it back in on the dip, the profit that you've skimmed. Do you know what I mean? It's not a big deal. But if you're aiming for higher, then just aim for higher and just set to break even and don't think about it. You're risking all of your unrealized profit for higher prices. That's what you're doing. So you're like, let's say you're in a long and your position is somewhere here. It doesn't really matter. Let's say you set to break even, whatever. Let's say you're here. You're set to break even. You're risking all of that profit for wherever your target is, maybe the all-time high. Yeah, that's your risk. It's a risk to reward, isn't it? But now you're in a risk-free trade, because even if it goes down, you don't lose. Okay, but you're risking that money. Yeah. Now, if you take a little bit of profit, a little bit, then even if you get stopped out, you've actually made money. So it's not a big deal. $200K. That's funny. That's hilarious. Yeah. I'm trying not to take any much profit, to be honest with you. I'm looking at it now. I just took a little bit of profit on Bitcoin. But I am like you guys. I'm trying not to take profit because I'm aiming for higher. Huh? But the thing about taking a little bit of profit, reducing your position down, if it keeps on going up, you can scale in bits, and your position doesn't really move much. It kind of comes up a little bit, but then the price has gone up crazy. So you do bring your position entry up when you scale back in, but it doesn't matter because the price has already moved a lot. Do you know what I mean? Whereas for sure this could be an ABC. Like, no one really knows. That's the other thing. It looks quite impulsive. I do like it. I'm hoping it is not an ABC and it's like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The real test is going to be the original one, the wave 1 that we did together. So let me just mark it out for you guys. Let me get rid of this stuff. It's a bit messy. Get rid of these brush strokes. Look, it's still going up. Huh? Look. See, I took profit and I'm still scaling back in because I think it looks like it wants to go back up. I'll scale back in a little bit, just small amounts. That was the first wave. This is consolidating now. Let me find this. It's good to take profit. Lost it. Oh, I think I'm gonna have to delete all of this stuff. Pretty exhausted as well. Right, let me just, I drew it out. Let me just draw it again. So basically, Marve, Wolf Moon. No, now that the price is going on like that, people are buying. Yeah, they're not. No one's looking for lower now. They're looking for higher. So anyone who's out of the market now is looking to buy, for sure, 100%, because people are fully anticipating the inauguration and the bull market and all that kind of malarkey. Do you know what I mean? So, and it's actually, like I said, on altcoins, when the price is going up, especially altcoins, when the price is going up, it's very hard to build big positions, you know, like for example on Slurf, it's very hard to build a big position when the price is going up. You know, it's very illiquid. Or some of these small altcoins, the only way you can do it is actually in the dip, build big positions. So what we've got here is potentially this. There's your 1. Not 100%. I don't think it's to there. Could it be there? There's your bullish engulfing. Bam. I don't know. So technically, as far as Elliott waves, if that's the top of the one, I'm counting that as the top of the one. I'm just counting this hold as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. If that's the top of the one, then technically the price, this 4 cannot come underneath the top of the one, right? And it doesn't have to come all the way. It could be whatever, but it can't come underneath. That doesn't work. If it is like that, then this is no longer a 5-wave move. This is this move that we're experiencing now is more of a corrective. It's a corrective. It's weird, but it'll be a corrective ABC. Yeah. It looks impulsive. It is impulsive, but it's an impulsive corrective move rather than a 5-wave Elliott wave move. So it's just something to bear in mind. So I think the point of control is a good place to take profit because it's also thereabouts the 618. Maybe the impulse has started there. I'm not sure where the impulse actually started. Maybe there or there. But it's roughly at the point of control. You see that? The 618. And then if you have a pullback, you don't want it to come underneath the top of the one. That's a must hold. And then you're looking for the last wave, the final wave. If that's the 3, then the 5 is going to be shorter. If the 3 ends at the 618, then the 5 is going to be shorter. Just because the 3 can't be the shortest. And so you could end up in a situation like this. If there is going to be a 5 waves. And then you're in a corrective, another corrective. So you end up with a 5-wave move and then another corrective, flat or zigzag or something. Now, then if you complete 5 waves, then the invalidation is right back here. So the price could come all the way back to here for a corrective ABC for the next wave. It just depends on how the correction is. Yeah. So right now, I think this is the zone for taking a little bit of profit, right? Just because it's the point of control 618, there's an anchored VWAP that's reacted. I'm not saying it can't just keep on going. Yeah, I don't know. The Republicans are about sold out. What does that mean? I have no idea what that means, Marve, but I like your full moon comment. I don't know what that means though. The Republicans are sold out. Sui, I love you. Sui, I love you. Oh, wildfires. Dude, we all know what's going on, right? That Gavin Newsom. He's mental, isn't he? Mental. Right. I think it's time to bed. Right. I think I'm going to bed or something. Maybe not bed, but I'm going to go and stop my stream now. Thanks for joining me, Mujahid, Marve, Ian Snow. It's been a pleasure. Altcoin Dreaming, always good to have you. Mohan, if you're still here. I don't know if Solana's here. Probably not. And Reno, probably not. All right. Cheers, guys. Should also stream on Twitter. I don't really know how. I kind of want people to come on YouTube. I don't really want. I mean, maybe Twitter would be good as well, or X. I'd have to do it. I'd have to do it at the same timer. I did a little bit of reading into it. I don't know if it's that straightforward. Yeah, I kind of want someone to just set it up for me. I'm not really. It's a bit stressful figuring this stuff out. Like, I've been meaning to put chat overlays as well on my screen, so when you chat it will come up on the left or something, but I kind of want someone to do it for me. I need to find someone who's good at that shit. I'm good at the charts but when it comes to that shit I'm not that good. It just takes too long. I don't know if I've got the patience for all of that. I've got the patience for the charts. Oh, you need software. Yeah. I've got patience for the charts. I don't have patience for any of that, to be honest with you. So I think you're right though. I do need to be on X. All right, let's just see what happens. I think look, we're back up to 93,000. It went down to 89. We're up to 90, almost 94,000. I think that's a bit of a result. We've sliced through that 1 hour 20 Bollinger Band. We're at the 1 hour 50 moving average. We're back at the 4 hour midpoint. We're really good. The daily candle looks really juicy. Looks all right, huh? Looks okay. A little bit of a impulse. Now, let's see. It's good to count, yeah? When you're looking at these, try and count. I think this would be a good place to find a little bit of resistance. If it doesn't, if it does, then you can just wait for the first pullback and then take a little bit of profit and just wait for the correction. And then you could wait for the correction to play out, give it a bit of time, and as long as it doesn't drop underneath here, zigzag, flat, anything, then you could compound, look for the correction. And then obviously if it does decide to reject and drop, you're out. Oh, we're out, because that would be really bearish. Then it would look like some kind of funny shaped flag, and then you're going down like that. And this might still be a good wave. This might be some kind of weird correction. I don't know. It's hard to know, but at the moment it looks quite bullish, increasing volume. Let's have a look at, just quickly before I go, let's just have a look at the order flow. Looks all right. Oh, fuck a duck. Look at those single prints. Look at those. That's really nice. Check that out. I'll take a, can I paste it here? Can I? I don't think I can paste it here. I'll post it in Discord rather than paste it out. I just posted it in Discord, so you can see where the single prints are. You can use that for support if there's a pullback. I'm gonna go chat later. See you tomorrow.